Reddit, tell me your glitch in the Matrix stories. I used to work in music and toured with this band. The guitarist, Josh, of the band's best friend, Matt, had died a couple years back. He always talked about the kid and he seemed like a great guy. Josh always had this recurring dream where Matt was standing on this abandoned street which, supposedly, was metaphorical for purgatory. Josh had all these conversations with Matt in these dreams, and because he had overdosed unexpectedly, he felt like his spirit was not able to move on. At the end of the dreams, Matt would take a bulb from the street light on the street they were standing in the middle of. Josh described these dreams in extreme detail and I could pretty much picture what the street looked like. Fast forward to about 6 months into touring with these guys. They were huge Bright Eyes fans and wanted to stop in Cassadaga, Florida. Bright Eyes singer wrote an album there and it's a really creepy spiritual medium place. It might be worth noting that 6/7 of the people I was with are all atheists. So we drive into Cassadaga around 2 or 3 AM and drive around. Suddenly, this big black dog comes in the middle of the road and just stops and looks at us. The guys in this band were weird as fuck and were saying things like follow the dog. It's trying to show us something. And in my mind, I'm just thinking they are all faking idiots. We follow this dog for a few blocks as it was walking pretty slowly. All of a sudden, we turn a street and the dog bolts. We try to speed up, but Josh says stop the faking van. This is it. We are all confused, and he gets out of the van and looks around. This is it. This is the street in my dreams. We hang out for about 15 minutes, and from the way he described the street, from having houses on the left to a park on the right, it was definitely the street. As we get in the van, a street light goes off, and we just drive off. He claims he never had any more dreams about it, as that was closure on everything. Edit. Grammar. Driving home on a storm day, I see that a side road up to the local golf course is blocked off by flashing barricades. I also spy a Mercedes parked past the barricades with its hazards on. I stop and walk up to the car to see if they need help. I'm an EMT. I shine my light in the back seat to see a man slumped over apparently asleep. Thinking I've got a few drunks, I move up to the driver window and rap on the glass and shine my light in. The driver is sitting bolt upright, unmoving, staring straight ahead. My window rapping or light doesn't cause him to blink, flinch, or move. I look over, and the passenger is slumped forward onto the dash. This begins to creep me out. I call down to the sheriff station and request a code 2, no lights/sirens, unit up to my location, to help me check them out. Doors are locked. While on the phone I walk back to my truck to get my go bag. As I'm on the phone with dispatch, she asks me to get a license number for the car just as a PGE power company cherry picker truck comes rumbling down from up the closed road. I move to go around the truck to get the plate number and the car is gone. I talked to the driver of the truck and he said there was a 80-foot tree down across the road and that he didn't think it'd be open for a day or so. So the question is, the hell did the car go? Tree up one way, barricades down the other. It's kept me a bit unsettled when stopping at accident/hazards. Since then. Edit. Here is the intersection via Google Maps. Barricades were 5 feet in front of the camera and the tree was up around the distant bend. Ever since I was a kid, I have what I call doubling occasionally happen around me. I put something in a pocket, then later find it in another pocket, as well as the original in the pocket I had put it in. And yes, it has happened to money before. Score. The most standout example was when I was a teen at camp. All the leaders had engraved plastic number tags, and we were only issued one. I used to keep moving mine between my hat and my shirt. At the end of camp I just crammed all my stuff in a duffel and headed home. Later when I unpack, the first thing I do is pull out my hat with the tag on it. Okay, so that's where I had it last. And of course a minute later I pull out a shirt with the same number tag pinned to it. I also experienced a similar phenomenon when I was a kid. For a few years it happened on a daily basis, but haven't seen it in a long time. Someone would place something in their pocket/backpack, etc., but when they went to grab it later it would be missing. I would then reach into my pocket/backpack/whatever and pull the item out. I initially got accused of being a thief, But when it happened repeatedly, when I hadn't even been within 20 feet of the victim, my friends and classmates stopped doing so and just kind of accepted that would happen around me. TLDR, I'm a quantum counterfeiter / pickpocket. I can't explain this, and I hardly believe it myself. I've only ever told a couple of people, all of whom refused to believe it could happen. On 2 occasions I have breathed underwater with no mechanical assistance. I was about 11 when it first happened. I was swimming one afternoon in the diving well at my gym. The pool is about 14 feet deep, with a fairly small surface area. I've always been a strong and confident swimmer, and love to dive to the bottom of the pool and flip over, open my eyes, and look up at the surface. So, I dive down, and sitting against the wall I have the overwhelming urge to breathe in. I refuse this thought, disbelieving and scoffing at my brain's sheer strangeness. But the thought comes again, and it is utterly convincing. I can't explain why I decided to breathe in. I just know that I wouldn't ever choose to do that, but in this instance I did. I took the most careful, mincing breath in. I could feel great pressure, but I breathed normally. It was air I breathed and not water. I took 4 full breaths while sitting at the bottom of the pool, and after each breath I became more horrified and agitated. My disbelief was outstanding. I kinda freaked and shot to the surface quick as I could. After I rationalized a bit, I calmed down. My logical mind kept thinking that somehow I'd had a bubble of air caught on my face, for how else could I have breathed like that? But over the years of trying to make sense of it, 30 years old now, I recognize that air always finds its way to the surface expediently. It won't just catch around someone's face. I tried to do it again that day, diving, trying to replicate the experience. Got quite a bit of water up my nose before I gave up. It did happen a second time, same pool, 4 years later. I took 5 breaths, same feeling of overwhelming confidence that it would be okay to breathe. Couldn't explain it the second time either. Very strange. Glitch. I don't know. No one has ever believed me, but I've only ever mentioned it to a select few. I still can't figure it out. Does anyone have any physics / logic thoughts on this? Has this happened to anyone else? I've related this story before, but here goes. The parallel universe answering machine. This happened about 15 years ago. I called my friend up, and he wasn't home, so I left a message on his answering machine. I said, "Hey, it's me, Killer Extremists. Sorry I missed you. Call you later. Bye." And then I hung up and left the house. I made no other calls. Later that day he called back and he says, "Wow, that was quite a message you left. Who was that girl you were talking to?" I was like, "What are you talking about? I wasn't talking to any girl." Well, as it turns out, the message didn't end after I said bye. I had to go over to his house and listen to this message a few times. After my initial message that I did leave, as quoted above, there was a slight pause, and it continues on for another 30 to 40 seconds or so with me talking to some girl. It was my voice, but a conversation I never had with a girl whose voice I didn't recognize. You could compare it to the message I know I did leave, and the two voices were indistinguishable. Not just the voice, but, you know, talking mannerisms. It was my voice. Also, references to my occupation and activities were the same. Basically, in this conversation I was talking to this girl about going skiing, but I had to go down to my shop and work on a car first, which totally correlated to me. Then the message just stopped. It was recorded on one of those digital answering machines that recorded the message to a chip, so there was no tape I could have taken and had analyzed, unfortunately. Also, neither I nor my friend had party lines, so that's not an explanation. It was very freaky. I can't explain it. TLDR, I may have connected to an alternate universe through a telephone answering machine. I'm sure this has been posted before, but there are 2 things that have happened to me that were sort of reality glitches. The first time was when I was laying in my bed in my dorm room and looking out the window at the falling snow at night. My roommate was across the room in his bed doing the same thing, and we were both talking about how nice it looked when bam I blink and suddenly it's daytime. I look around confused and don't see my roommate anywhere in sight. Freaking out and thinking that everyone in the world has disappeared, I go looking for him and eventually find him, and I ask him what happened. He had absolutely no idea what I was talking about, and I asked him where did the night go, and he says we were both looking out the window looking at the snow when you just got really quiet and didn't say anything when I asked you questions, so I assumed you were asleep, but when I looked over you were just staring there with your eyes open looking out the window and actually blinked a few times. I just thought you were sleeping with your eyes open, TLDR. My night sort of disappeared in the blink of an eye. The second weird thing was that once I woke up and checked my iPad and saw that it was 5 o'clock. Seeing as how I didn't have to go to work until 7 o'clock, I decided to try to go back to sleep. I very specifically remember checking my clock to make sure it was 5 o'clock because I did not want to oversleep. Anyways, I fall back asleep, and when I wake up, I check my iPad to see if I have to go to work yet. I had a pregnant when I saw that my iPod clock read 4:30. I checked my actual clock and that also read 4:30. TLDR, I'm the lamest time traveler in the world. Edit. For all those asking what I had a pregnant means, see this. I was driving home from college one day and I pulled up at a red light at an intersection. The car in front of me was one of those aqua/teal Honda Civics that were popular in the mid to late 90s. I looked to my right. The gas station marquee says something like, always be aware of your surroundings when you shift. That's not verbatim, but I remember shift being capitalized for some reason. I thought it was kind of peculiar, and that's when I noticed that the car immediately to my right was, in fact, another of the same colored Honda Civics. Okay, interesting coincidence. Then I figure, what the hell, how funny would it be if, and look in my rearview mirror. Yep, aqua/teal Civic behind me. So I look to my left. Sure enough, same car. I'm surrounded by them on all sides. I chuckle to myself, thinking it's nothing. The light turns green, and we begin to move. 3 of the Civics move into the right lane. As they're traveling next to me, I notice that they have no license plates. There are drivers, and the interiors are all tan or ecru. They all merge onto a northbound route and I continue on my way. For the past 15 years I've maintained that I somehow shifted the marquee's words, not mine, into a dimension other than the one in which I was born. I bring this up when things seem really off in the world. Example, Rick Santorum, a viable presidential candidate. I really need to find a way back to my home dimension. Edit. Just a quick note to everybody suggesting that the cars were headed to the dealership and such. Yes, I'm well aware of the fact that this is the most likely reason for the situation, but we are all trying to have some fun here. The only real reason that it was kind of weird is that the marquee at the gas station said something oddly relevant. Right time, right place for a strange coincidence, but the story is a lot of fun at parties. At the time I lived to the north of Washington DC, and the northbound route that the cars all exited onto would take them toward a small area called Briggs Chaney. This was the location of one of the larger Honda dealerships in the area. Posted this before in a similar thread that didn't gain traction. Of course I'll preface this with the usual, I'm not a superstitious or generally spiritual person, but in high school I was in the drum line and we usually practiced early in the morning prior to school starting. We were inside the band room that day because it was fairly cold. So anyway, I'm doing my thing, playing the tenors, toms for the layman, and I drop one of my mallets. I turn to pick it up and I can't find it. There is about 10 feet of open bare floor surrounding me and nowhere to be found. My instructor stops us and basically just asks me what the problem is. So several of us start searching around, can't find it. I say screw it and grab a spare set. About 20 minimums later, the band director walks in, unlocks his office, sits at his desk and knocks on the window. I look up and he picks up the mallet off his desk with a look like, what is this doing in here? I could verify that it was mine because I marked each set. Nobody had gone in or out, no gap under the door, locked room, ended up on the desk. There were 15 of us in the room at that time and there was a unanimous nope moment. I was stunned and one of my buddies came unglued. We pretty much cancelled the rest of rehearsal right there and many of us were pretty bugged about it the rest of the day. I couldn't concentrate on anything for almost a week after that. Eventually my brain just filed it away under unsolved mysteries and I went on with life. TLDR, playing drums, dropped stick, edit, it ended up in a locked room. My little sister, call her Sissy, and I were exploring the cottage a few years ago and came across a pair of walkie-talkies. Now this in itself wasn't unusual. It's an isolated, sprawling place shared by many friends and family who often leave things behind as they come and go. We run around in the night trying them out and find out there's about a 10-20 meters cut-off range. We are fooling around and eventually we are on opposite sides of the house when something like the following exchange goes down. Me, breaker come in. This is Thundercat over. Sissy, giggling, this is Dragon 7. We are closing in on your location over. Me, negative, you'll never catch me. Thundercat out. Sissy, giggling, who is this? Me, this is Thundercat, come in Poop Smith. Sissy, giggling, no, who is this? At this point I walk into the next room and see Sissy looking through a bookshelf. Walkie-talkie abandoned on the floor. She says hello to me and the giggling is still coming from the walkie-talkie. I look at her. I look at the walkie-talkie and ask, wait, who is this? The giggling stops on the other end of the line. There's nothing but dead air. The next house is a couple of kilometers away and there's nothing but woods and a spooky cave around us. Sissy says she got bored of the walkie-talkie a while ago and denies any part in the goofy codename conversation. We search the place top to bottom and find no one and nothing that could have been making the call. We try the walkie-talkie a few more times but are never able to raise our ghost girl again. I still accuse her of having been the voice on the other end of the line once in a while, but deep down I know that when I told her what went down, she showed real fear. TLDR, haunted walkie-talkie. This will probably get buried. When I was around 20, a few years ago, I kept having dreams about a woman with long black hair named Aurora, pronounced Aurora. They were different dreams, but for some reason, her distinct face and name always ended up in them. It got to the point where I would wake up frustrated and confused, trying to Google her name or find out how I was connected to her. After a few months she stopped showing up, and I dismissed it, thinking my brain was just being a scumbag. Fast forward a few years later, Halloween 2009, I'm in the car with a friend, stopped at a gas station. I'm about to pull out and merge onto a highway when I get a phone call from a random number, so I stopped the car but no one answered. There was a person behind me who grew impatient, honked at me, and then swerved in front of me instead of waiting for 2 seconds for me to move. Second they get on the highway, some silver Civic loses control of their wheel and crashes into the car that swerved in front of me. I called the cops and waited at the gas station for them to come. Turns out the drivers of both cars died. It 100% would have been me if I hadn't have got that phone call. Called it back a few hours later out of gratitude and curiosity, rang 3 times, and went to voicemail. Hi, you've reached Aurora. Please leave your name and number. Never had goosebumps like that in me life. Called it again the next day because I was that confused about the whole situation. Some woman answers. We get to talking. I tell her my entire story including the dreams I had. She tells me she doesn't know how I got her number and that she never called me as far as she remembers. Weird. Ask her if she has a Facebook to confirm if she is in fact the woman in my dreams. Check her Facebook. Holy fuck, it's her. If that's not a glitch in the Matrix then I'm just batshit crazy. My husband and I met in our late 20s. We grew up near each other, but went to different high schools and colleges, were a few years apart, and hung with completely different crowds. My parents put in a bid on the house next door to his parents when I was about 11. It fell through, and we moved elsewhere while in college. He traveled to my school to compete in a game. Since it was homecoming, he ended up briefly watching the parade. Out of hundreds of people, he remembers me and telling his friend I was a cool chick. Not only had I been drinking, but I was dressed as a crab and standing next to Ariel from The Little Mermaid. I nearly shat myself when he told me about watching me dance badly around in the street and take pictures with the little kids while attending a house party with my now husband. I was looking at pics on the walls taken at parties his friends had thrown back in high school. I was on one side of a pic and he was on the other side of the big group. I went to about 20 parties back in the day, and I do not remember ever partying anywhere near his area. My husband and I were best friends with a guy and girl who are cousins. We both went to endless family gatherings, but never met. We heard stories about each other and had never even seen a picture of one another. After 6 years, we finally met and were an item by the end of the night, and we've been together ever since. I grew up in North Texas, and one of my friends has a cow farm and a lot of land. The name of the street he lived on was his family name. Me and my friends would go out there a lot on weekends, way out on the land far from his house, bring a guitar and some weed, and make a campfire and just hang out. One summer night my friend asked if we wanted to see a haunted house. He said it wasn't really haunted per se, but it was way out in the middle of nowhere and was abandoned. He said he'd driven by it a few times on farm routes, but he never had the stones to go explore it himself, especially not at night. It was one of those times where no one wanted to be the first to say no, so we all said yes. It was a cool, clear night, and we piled into my friend's sedan car. We were listening to some good old classic rock tunes and generally enjoying ourselves. We came to an area where we had to drive over a very old river, which was now a stream. This stream had eroded this patch of land for so long that it had become a very steep depression. There was a large plank of wood across the remainder of the stream, making it a flat enough plane to drive across. Our friend assured us it was safe for the car, even though it looked like the angle was too steep for a car to cross without being damaged. By this point, the atmosphere had changed. We were no longer just hanging out all fancy free. Few of us were speaking, because we were just looking at the windows at the dark, looming trees and expanses of moonlit grass. We held our breath as we crossed the stream, and when we crossed it, there was a sea change in the way I felt. It was as if I could sense the house getting closer. No one had said a word for the past 10 minutes, other than my friend giving us time estimates of how much further we were from the house. There was nothing out here, not even a paved road. There was a dirt road formed from cars, but it was very old and overgrown, as if it had not been used, except perhaps sparingly, for a decade. Suddenly, I became aware of something that had been present for a good portion of the trip, but had occurred so slowly that I hardly noticed. I broke the silence. Everything is black and white. I can only see black and white. Everyone else in the car started to freak out because they could only see black and white too. There was no color anywhere, just shades of black, like an old photo. Are we dead? I asked. I was convinced we had died along the way, but had not been aware we were dead, like a horror movie. I still have no explanation for this. We pulled up to the house. Color had returned, it seemed, but it was so dark that it didn't matter anyway. The house was 2 stories, at a slight tilt, and the face of the house looked menacingly down at us. It was an old southern house, with white pillars that had become discolored with age, and forks balconies jutting out from under the 2nd-story windows. About 50 meters from the house was a large metallic silo. As the headlights from our car washed over the area, the darkness took its time to leave, because it had become so settled there. We began walking slowly towards the house. In the front yard, there were lots of holes in the ground, freshly dug, about the size to fit a small, potted houseplant. Inside the holes we found crumpled up pieces of paper. On the paper were crude drawings, like children's drawings. They were of people. Stick figures. Some of the stick figures would be upside down, or laying down. Some of the stick figures had faces, and they were all sad, or yelling about something. We went to the silo. It was unlocked. We went inside with a flashlight and lit up the interior portion by portion with the beam from the flashlight. It was totally empty and gleamed like polished chrome. It smelled like sawdust and old oats. I swore I heard the sound of a girl crying, but that might have been the sound of the hinges on the door. Finally, we went to the house. The doors were all broken off the hinges. There was a screen door, and it was partly torn. We went inside. We broke up into groups and tried to explore the whole thing. We were all trying to seem brave, saying things like, "The thing I'm most afraid of is the floor falling in." There were closets, and we'd hold our breath before we'd open the doors, but found nothing inside. The whole house was completely dark and empty. We only had one flashlight, so there might have been parts that we had missed, but we wanted to get the hell out of there. We got back to the car. One of my friends dared someone to go into the house by himself and sit on the living room and close his eyes for 30 seconds. He said he would do it. I couldn't believe it. I could never do that. He walked off proudly towards the house. We saw him go inside. The living room was the first room on the first floor past the foyer beyond the door. Several minutes passed. We thought he was faking with us, wanting one of us to go in after him, so he could give them a scare. That's when we noticed the smell. Something smelled awful in the car. My friend who was driving looked down and saw a dead cat crammed down underneath the pedals. Then we noticed there was cat fur strewn about the car. We freaked out and started honking the horn and flashing the headlights at the house. Our friend didn't come out. Finally, me and my other friend went in after him. When he got to the living room, we found him sitting on the floor, huddled over, his back to a wall with his arms wrapped around his knees and his head buried in his legs. He looked up at us, as if we should run away, as if it was too late. We told him to get off his ass, so we could get the fuck out of there. He pointed at the wall behind us. The lights from the car were still flashing, trying to get us to leave. Each time the lights flashed we could see it. All of our names were written on the wall in red. Later that summer, a friend of mine went back to the house during the day and burned it down. My family owns a house on Cape Cod. The previous owner was a white supremacist with an autistic son named Jimmy. Jimmy was known for putting on a trench coat and fedora, climbing trees, and shooting cats and dogs with a BB gun. When my parents moved into the house, they found a bunch of Nazi paraphernalia in a bedroom. They put it in the shed, told the former owner they had a week to get rid of it, and then threw it out. Of course, at the age of 7, I didn't know any of this. That's when I was visited 5 nights in a row by a figure in a trench coat and fedora. He didn't have any detail. He looked like a silhouette, like he was being powerfully backlit, but with no light source. He would stand in the corner of the room, or sit there crouched, or sit on the bed opposite mine, my brother's bed, but he was at summer camp at the time. One time, he sat in a rocking chair, and when I looked later, he was gone, but the chair was still rocking. After a few nights of this, I told my parents about it. My mom called it a nightmare, but my dad was intrigued. He told me to tell the figure, "Jimmy, I don't have your stuff." So, the next night, when the figure appeared again in the corner of the room, I said, "Jimmy, I don't have your stuff." And Jimmy walked right over to me, put his face an inch away from mine, and then disappeared. I never saw him again. Years later, I found out about the history of the house. I've often wondered if I had heard it before and somehow suppressed it and then imagined my encounters with Jimmy. But he was, and remains, entirely vivid to me. Mine's not too out there, but it made an already great day even funnier. I was biking around a neighboring town, Elora, with some friends, and we were going to go to the local gorge for a swim. We picked up a case of 12 cream sodas and tried to bike with them on one of our handlebars. Of course, this was a terrible idea, and as we got to the crosswalk, it falls over and breaks open and the cans go everywhere. We managed to, coincidentally, save 9, and there were 3 of us, so 3 each. Not bad. JPG. Anyways, as we're biking, I, being paranoid about dropping things again as I am, count the ones I'm holding. Only 2? I ask my friends to count those. They each have 3. I'm a little miffed, but 1 less cream soda for me wasn't a big deal. So I check my pockets, everything, and no cream soda. I figure it must have fallen out. Now, as we parked our bikes in the nearby forest trail, I hop off my bike, and as I do I kick a cream soda can that was sitting near my foot. I didn't hear one fall, and it wasn't rolling down the slope of the trail, it was just sitting there. I ask if either of my friends had dropped one of those, because I had both of mine still. They said nope. The mysterious cream soda can that had vanished returned to me at my feet when we stopped biking. I thought about this for a second and wondered if I had put one in my water bottle holder underneath my bike. Seems logical, except that there was already a water bottle in its place. We decided it was a wormhole, but a glitch in the matrix is just as likely. TLDR, magic missing cream soda can mysteriously returns to me via thin air. At a friend's place back in 2008. When we were all teenagers, we had a cool shed at a friend's that we'd hang out in every weekend. It had 4 sets of bunk beds, tables, a fireplace, TV, fridge, etc. the whole lot. One night we were all hanging out in there when I decided I needed a piss. I walked out the front door of the shed and started to walk to the right when I stopped. Now let me explain the layout here. As you walk out of the shed, his house is to the left, and to the right is where we all parked our cars. Further out you're left with empty fields and trees. It was dark by now, the lights from the house illuminating the space between the house and our cars, but trailing off just past them. As I took a step to the right, intending to go behind the cars to relieve myself, I saw my friend's older brother standing there. I watched him for a good 5 to 10 seconds as he stood there, facing into the darkness. He then proceeded to walk behind a couple trees and a car before he disappeared. Confused, I walked back into the shed and asked my friend what his brother was doing by the cars. The conversation went as follows. Me: hey man, what's your brother doing by the cars? Him: what do you mean? Me: he just walked off behind the cars, brother. I'm right here. I looked over and there his brother was, sitting down on one of the chairs with a drink. He was wearing the exact same clothes as I saw him in, and the only way to get into the shed was through the door that I was standing in the way of. To this day, I've no idea how it all happened. I'm guessing I was just seeing things, but the fact that I watched him walk around for a good 10 seconds has always puzzled me. I've never had anything else like that happen. I'm late to the party, but this has freaked me out forever. I was a satellite installer, and I was driving between two small towns in North Carolina, Statusville and Taylorsville. It's about a 20-minute drive of a perfectly straight 2-lane road with pretty much nothing but trees on either side. It's the middle of the day, and I'm driving along listening to Howard Stern on Sirius, when all of a sudden I go from wide awake to falling asleep. Meaning, 1 second I'm normal, and a second later my head is drooping down, and eyes closing, and what snaps me out of it is my car bounces like I just hit a speed bump, but I'm still in the middle of the road. Howard Stern is still in the same sentence, but my GPS signal says it is lost, and then I hear a calculating, and when it comes back I realize I'm about 12 miles further down the road than I was, and I had missed my turn by 5 miles. My immediate thought, even though I consider myself a level-headed atheist, was that I fell asleep, hit a tree and died, and was now in some weird afterlife. It was such a strong feeling that I drove to the nearest gas station, got out, headed inside with a sweaty palms, feeling that the cashier inside was not going to be able to see me. To my relief she did, and I bought a Red Bull. I still think I was hypnotized by the road and drove on some weird autopilot for a while, but losing GPS signal and not missing any of Howard Stern is explainable to me. I even used the Sirius ability to rewind and there was none of the show that I missed. In case you're wondering, my butthole felt fine. Why am I always so late to these threads? So I hope this gets read. I was a sophomore in HS at my girlfriend's house watching a movie. It was around 10 PM when the flick ended. I proceed to skateboard home. I only lived like 2 blocks away, and it was a pretty quiet suburban neighborhood. I'm skating down the hill towards a larger street, larger but never really busy, especially not at night. When I reach the intersection I nail a rock. I had planned on blasting across the street, since there were no cars coming either direction. I fly off the board, skid a good 3 or 4 feet on my head, right shoulder, hip, and knee. I rolled to my back and screamed out in agony. The pain was so bad I couldn't really move. I look up the road, and about 30 yards off is a car coming down the way, and where I landed, I was right in its path. To Lane Street. I was right in the middle of his lane. My head was aligned with the wheel. I tried like hell to move. I screamed. I yelled. I couldn't do anything. Car was about 15 yards off. He doesn't see me. Makes no attempt to swerve 10 yards. I hear him barreling down. I close my eyes. Brace. Nothing. Open eyes. Look where the car had been. Nothing. Hear the car behind me. Look where it was supposed to be, in the other direction. Tail lights cruising up the road. I hadn't moved. He didn't swerve. It was like he passed through me, or I passed through him. There isn't really any way he could have passed over me, not with the way I had landed and was positioned in the street. It was a little car, I can't explain it. I got up, terrified, bloody and baffled, hobbled home and went to sleep. No one believed me, but it's faking true. TLDR, fell off my skateboard onto a street with a car headed down it. Car passed right through me. One of my first posts and it's totally going to get buried, but I don't care. No one else has appreciated this story. I used to work at Speedway for over a year and such. I started smoking there. Had a nervous breakdown there. Oh, by the way, it was a teeny Speedway right next to the ghetto. Anyway, one evening I was working by myself, again, because it was so tiny, and I even closed by myself, and one of my usual customers had come in to ask for a pack of Marlboro Reds 100s, the tall pack, soft pack. Now, having worked for a while, my way of grabbing the cigarette packs from their little homes and tossing them onto the counter had become quite sophisticated. This particular pack, I grabbed between my index and middle finger and swung my arm downward toward my side, still holding it like that. But as my arm came down and finished its curve, the pack left my fingers and vanished. There was no sound of the pack hitting the floor nor the wall. It did not fly backwards into the open security door that was behind me. The pack left my fingers and left this realm of reality. The customer stood there, just as dumbfounded as I was, and the two of us stood in total silence before I slowly grabbed a second pack and re-attempted said stunt, just to hear what it would have sounded like. It made an odd thap noise, you know, the kind of sound you would expect a pack of cigs to make if it hits something. So I sold him the pack, still a bit freaked out, and then proceeded to check the entire store for that lost pack. I even went across the store and checked behind racks and so forth. You know, a distance that would be impossible for the pack to travel. Nothing though. It was cool, I guess. Still kind of freaky. I have other similar stories about things like this, such as water cups that have vanished on me, chocolate, toys, childhood toys that is, now that I think about it. This sort of thing happens to me a lot. Maybe I'm a wormhole. Sweet. One time I was walking around downtown San Jose before meeting some friends for a movie. This was a region near where I had been working for at least 6 months, so I knew it well. When I first started walking I saw a hip couple dressed in dark clothes. I realized I was going the wrong way and walked back to my starting point along a street I had never been on, despite all my time spent in the area. When I got back to my starting point I found another hip couple dressed in dark clothes walking by in exactly the same space the other two had been. I had a strong impression they were the same people, even though I knew they weren't. I continued to the movie theater, and as I was crossing a street the traffic stranded on a concrete island in the middle of a road. A mass transit train turned onto the road and due to being on the island there was no way to distance myself as it passed me, a mere foot away at speed. The sensation of the train bearing down on me and not slowing as it would at a stop caused me to think of it as a living animal. This expanded to the idea that the entire city was alive and hated me. When I had a stoplight I walked onto the movie theater and had the sensation that I could perceive the gears and pulleys behind perspective. This is difficult to explain. I became very conscious of my head bob and how the visual perspective of my surroundings was subtly altered with the beat of each step. I felt very strongly that if I moved my head the wrong way or too fast I would see that all reality was a massive construction of plywood cutouts, many layers deep, being moved mechanically to create the appearance of the world from my unique vantage point. This unnerved me deeply and as much as I dared I closed my eyes while walking down the sidewalk, taking quick peeks to avoid walking into people or the street. Got to the theater, met my friends, watched the documentary Rivers and Tides. It was good. Important note, have never done any hallucinogens before or after this experience. Okay, such an interesting thread I had to register to tell this thing that happened to me. It happened 2 days after I turned 8. I live in Finland and we had just moved into town. Our apartment was in these cheap rental high-rises, 8th floor. My grandma had given me a few comic books as a present and I had been reading them ever since the party. Quite a stack, something like 10 to 15 individual comics. There was this one book, a Spider-Man comic. It wasn't about the usual spid but something about Peter Parker's clone acting as Crimson Spider-Man, at least that's how it was translated to Finnish. I had just returned from school, so my parents were still at work and I started reading this comic. At some page the protagonist is crouching on a roof, jumps down and lands into the spit crouch, hands between his legs without thinking anything. I just laid down the comic, walked to our balcony, and climbed on the fence using a chair as a ladder. As I was sitting there I see some man down and across the street. He saw me sitting there and started running towards our house. At this same moment, I had this really calm feeling taking over me. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and jumped down. When I jumped I could hear the man scream "I do malauter!" exclamation point exclamation point exclamation point. One no, followed by an abbreviation to God help me. Then I just heard wind in my ears. Next thing I know, I'm on the ground, crouching like Spider-Man. The man runs around some high bushes. Just when I stand up, stops dead on his tracks and all color escapes his face. He just stood there with absolute terror in his eyes, completely silent and looking at me for a few seconds, before backing away slowly, without turning his face off me, before he's back at the corner, where he turns away. I returned to the lower door, only to find out I had left my key inside. So I just sat down and waited for my father to return from work, something like 1 hour. He was naturally surprised to find me there, without my backpack. I told him what had happened. "Dad, I'm Spider-Man," when we were in the elevator. Dad thought it was just my imagination. When we returned inside, and he saw my comic book laid open on the ground, with the page featuring the jump and the balcony door left open, he took away the particular comic book and never allowed me on the balcony before I turned 12 and we moved to a bit better house, 3rd floor. He also becomes disoriented every time I mention this to him and changes the subject quickly. Although he does admit he found me downstairs and balcony door was open, I still remember this occasionally, clear as day. TLDR, I was the glitch in the Matrix. I have 2 stories that are just weird as fuck. Both of them are things I just would not believe if someone else told them to me, but I can swear with every fiber of my being that they happened as I write them here. The first happened a couple years ago. I can't remember the occasion, but my mother and I had gone to war for lunch, and we were both sitting there eating our meals. We happened to be seated pretty close to the washroom doors, so I noticed everyone going in and out. First person to come out is this old man who's kind of hobbling along. He walked past, and I looked at him, and went on with my meal. Not 30 seconds later, another man comes out of the bathroom, and at this point I get a little freaked out, because I realize it's the exact same person. Same limp, clothing, face, everything. A couple minutes later, the same thing happens, except it's an old woman this time. She comes out, then 30 seconds later comes right out of the bathroom again. My mom took a look at me and said, "You look like you've seen a ghost." I just kind of stammered a bit, then wrote it off as me being crazy. The next story is more weird, in my opinion, and is the single strangest occurrence of my life. This happened when I was about 9 years old, but I can still remember it vividly. We were visiting family in Nevada with my dad, and they lived out in a very dry area in a fairly good sized trailer. A couple days in, I was playing outside with my cousin, pretty much just messing around in the dirt. At some point, I look up. Right next to the house is a field, I guess, surrounded by wire fence, probably originally for livestock. But anyway, there's this guy standing there. This is a good 300 or more feet away, so I cannot see him clearly at all. Cue the weird point. As soon as I look at this guy, I have what I can only describe as an out-of-body experience. My body pretty much just went into lockdown, and I was no longer seeing through my eyes. And I wasn't just floating there or anything. I was in that man's body. Through his eyes I could see 2 little shapes playing across the field, but I could just feel that he saw the shapes as animals. And then I realized he was holding a faking shotgun. After that I regained my body and blurted out, "We have to go indoors," offering no explanation to my cousin, who thought I was nuts. I didn't tell anyone, because I just didn't know how to express it to other people back then. I've only since told my brothers, but I don't think they believe me. Still freaks me out when I think about it today, because it's the only time I've ever lost control of my body. It was almost like a dream, but the whole thing felt like it was happening in slow motion. TLDR, there have been a few times in my life when weird stuff has happened to me. I can't TLDR this stuff. Edit, change sentence structure a bit. to make it nicer to read. My dad used to get up around 3 a.m. every morning for work. Starting at a very early age, I would wake up on my own and wander downstairs to see him before he left. One morning when I was about 4 years old, I made it to the bottom of the stairs and noticed that the front door was ajar. I opened it up and saw my father in his favorite work shirt making his way down the driveway to his truck in his typical work outfit, plaid shirt and disses. I swung the door open wide and yelled for him to come back for a hug before he left. He slowly turned around and just stared at me and started walking back towards the house. He was looking so strangely at me that it started to scare me, and I began crying and asking what was wrong. Just as he had almost reached me, a pair of arms encircled me from behind in a bear hug. I turned my head to see my understandably freaked out father staring at his doppelganger in the same outfit. The double took one look at my dad and ran down the driveway. Meanwhile, my dad yanked me in the house and locked the door. Weirdest morning ever. Never did quite figure that one out. I would not trust my 4-year-old memory of the event if it wasn't also witnessed by my father. He won't really talk about it these days, but my mom hasn't told me that he called out of work and she spent the day reassuring him he wasn't a nutcase. TLDR. Dad and I met his equally freaked out doppelganger at 3 a.m. in our own driveway. I have never been able to explain this one, and it still haunts me to this day. Not sure if it exactly fits as a glitch of the Matrix, but perhaps a past life type of thing. I have only ever shared this with a few people in my life, so here you go internet. Anyway, when I was around 5 years old, my father, his girlfriend at the time, and myself visited a theme park. While we were walking around, I saw this girl my age and instantly recognized her. I didn't know her name or where I knew her from. I just knew that I knew her and I had missed her. The look in her eyes when our eyes meet instantly told me that she recognized me too. We both ran towards each other and embraced in a tight hug in that cliche reunited way and started excitedly talking. I remember looking up at our parents and they were talking to each other and shrugging and laughing, like what the fuck? Our parents allowed us to walk around with each other for a while and eventually ride the tram thing to another part of the park. I remember when we rode on the tram they let us sit in our own seat in front of them and we held hands. I remember eventually our parental units made us part ways and the immense desire I had to not let her go. We hugged some more and went our separate ways, never to meet again, that I know of. As I said, I have never forgotten this or found an explanation for it. TLDR at the age of 5, meet someone from a past life. Not so much a glitch in the Matrix, but still interesting. This was while I was in Kuwait. I had been staying up late reading some physics book. I think it had something to do with Schrodinger's cat theory. Anyways, I got up to go to the bathroom, and as I was walking to the door in our tent, I know, it's strange, a door on a tent, but there's a door. I reached out for the handle and turned it, pushed and let it swing open a little. As I did that, the wind caught the door, and it was like I went through one of those little Matrix moments. I saw the door get caught by the wind, and in my head I thought about whether or not it was worth the effort to try and reach for the door, to keep it from swinging all the way and slamming loudly against the side of our little tent/building thing, which would have made a loud noise, waking people up. I realized that I'd prefer to not be lazy so as to avoid the embarrassment of appearing clumsy in front of other people. That's when I decided to calculate whether or not it was even possible to catch the handle from my position. Since the door was rapidly accelerating in an outward swinging direction from me, I calculated roughly in my head the speed at which it was departing from me and the speed with which I could jump forward and grab the handle to stop it. I immediately realized that I would be able to stop the door from swinging open. And so I begrudgingly shifted my weight to my left foot and used all my strength from my left leg to propel me outward towards the handle. I reached out for the handle as I arched out through the air and caught it firmly in my right hand, stopping the swing dead in its tracks. The funny part was how surreal this was. It happened in the space of about a quarter second, but as I held the handle in my hand and shut the door, I was immediately awed with the realization of how many processes my mind had just ran through. I picked them apart in my head and burned it to my memory so that I would be able to actually say to myself later without doubt, yeah, that all happened right then. These kinds of things happen all the time. People just tend not to think about it too much. Hundreds of calculations in moments. It's just amazing what the mind can do and how fast it can work. Either I'm dealing with some form of memory loss, or I'm dealing with a guy from an alternate timeline. I started college this week, and one of my classes is world religion. On my first day of class, a guy walks in about 15 minutes late and sits next to me. During break he looks at me, smiles wide, and says, "It's been a long time, how are you?" I have zero recollection of who he is. He doesn't look or sound familiar, and I tend to not forget people, even if they only played a very small role in my life. I asked him who he was, and how he knew me. He told me his full name, still not ringing any bells, and said he knew me from a private school, called Homeland Village or something like that. He said that I was there to take a class on Photoshop. He also mentioned the names of some of the other students. And he wrapped up his story with how we were at a Halloween party together once. I have never attended private school, or have even heard the name of the one he mentioned. 2. Never taken a Photoshop class, and 3. Have never been to a Halloween party that had more than 6 good close friends. I was convinced that he had me confused for someone else. But here's the kicker. He knows me by name that I no longer go by, and described me with a very out there hairstyle that I haven't had in years. What? The actual fact. TLDR, a kid accidentally left his timeline, entered mine, and wants to be friends because he knew an alternate version of me. 8 hours into a 7,000 comment post. This will never be seen. This story is triple weird, because not only did I consider making a similar post this morning, the title was also similar, and I indeed had an actual glitch this morning. 2 days ago I noticed my Arrested Development Season 1 DVD set was sitting on the table at the foot of my bed. I explicitly remember wondering to myself why I had gotten it out, and then remembered that I intended to show it to one of my buddies. I thought, oh yeah, Adam would love Arrested Development. I'll leave the DVD set there so I can show my buddy later. I wake up this morning, sit up in bed, look down towards my feet, and in the exact same position and orientation of the old Arrested Development set there is now my Firefly DVD set. I instantly what the fuck and stare for a few moments. As I investigate, I find the Arrested Development set knocked onto the floor. Bullshit. I live alone. I did not even touch the Arrested Development set, and in fact I intentionally left it alone. Moth a faking glitch. Edit. I'll be damned. People saw it. For slightly more detail, I forgot about it in the first place, because the table I left it on is one of those areas where crap tends to just accumulate in the house, so it's sitting there among a bunch of other junk. Also, I originally intended to show it to my friend 3 weekends ago, so it had passed out of mind by then. In all honesty, do I think there was a glitch? No. It is frequently demonstrated how easily our mind can be fooled and how we can alter our own memories. So, from among the possible explanations so far, and after further consideration, from most likely to least likely in my opinion, I simply forgot moving the DVDs. Maybe I did it absent-mindedly while I was distracted. Maybe I didn't notice the Firefly set was under the Arrested Development set, because as they are 2 of my favorite shows it seems likely that I would grab them both if I had the intention of showing them to someone else. Also, the Firefly set is a similar color to the table, helping me not notice it. I could have just accidentally knocked the top set of DVDs to the floor or something. I did it while sleepwalking. Glitch in the Matrix. Some kind of crazy quantum tunnel sheet or something. Still bullshit, though. This is a really faked up story I never told anyone, so with the pass of anonymity, I will tell my tale. I was driving back to college from spring break with 3 other friends. We all were from the same hometown, and our university was roughly 4 hours away. As a precursor, none of us took drugs of any sort, and we were all on various sports teams with full rides for academics. We were the kids whose parents let them drive the Escalade or Range Rover back to college, and everything always went our way. Your typical Ivy Leaguer. Not always proud of this, but it's just to validate that we weren't your typical alien abductees, aka crazy people. About 3 hours into the drive, we start noticing familiar signs that we saw hours ago. Confused, we just kept driving and ignored it. After about 10 minutes we knew something was wrong, since we were seeing all the same signs and landmarks we did 3 hours prior. We never got off the freeway, drove south the whole time, and nobody fell asleep. We drove 3 hours south, then out of nowhere we were right back near the start. We figured since we left our hometown at noon we would get to school by 4. We didn't get to school until 7, and never hit any traffic. It was like we went into a time warp or something, and it scared us so much that nobody said a word the rest of the trip. When we got to school, none of us said anything to each other or talked to each other for over a month, other than the agreement never to speak about it point. It was one of the most faked up experiences of my life, and we all vowed to never tell anyone cause we didn't want people thinking we were crazy. That shit scares me. Me and a mate sitting in a McDonald's. We always ordered out so as not to get a shitty plastic tray for the food, but we'd eaten anyways. So, we finish eating, and my mate jolts his left leg and a tray appears at his feet. We have no idea where it came from. We looked about, and no one seemed to be missing one/laughing. As far as we both know, his leg created a tray. Edit. One more I just remembered. Said night to my flatmate. I remember it being around 11 PM. As I stripped off for bed I remember hearing my flatmate's music playing. I turn off the light and jump into bed. I get comfortable and roll onto my right hand side and my heart stops as I see some short bipedal creature walking straight through the wall right next to my bed. I freak and roll to my left to see another creature walking through the wall to my left. I leap out of bed and hit the lights and the room is empty. The music from my flatmate's room is also gone, and I start freaking out. I edge my way down the hallway and knock gently on my flatmate's door. He tells me to come in, and he's wondering what the fuck I'm up to. He had thought I had gone to bed hours ago, and had turned his music off to accommodate that. He's right, hours have passed, and it's now after 1 in the morning. I slink back to my room with my heart racing. Weird night for sure. Just realized this would totally get buried, and it's a story very few know of. At least it'll stay that way. This will probably get buried, but here goes. In 5th grade, there was some rally to give prizes to the kids who sold the most stuff door to door. We were all in the gym, and it was over. Being closest to the door on the left side of the gym, we were the first class to line up and start leaving. I'm in the very back, and I see my friend Wesley towards the front of the line. He hits his shoulder really hard on the middle part that separates the double doors. So the line files out, and then when I step outside, there's only my friend who was immediately in front of me, and 3 girls. The 5 of us are entirely alone in the hallway. Our immediate thought is that they got ahead of us somehow, but that shouldn't really be possible, because it's a long enough hallway. We go all the way back to class, but the class, or the classes in fact, were empty. One girl says wasn't art next. Maybe they went straight to the art room, and so we went further, turned left, only to see the art room is empty. Someone then says, well, where did they go? Let's go back to the gym. The girls start to go back the way we'd come, and my friend and I go the other way. It's a small school, and the hallways basically go around a big square. The art room is exactly opposite the gym, so going either way is the same distance. We reach the gym, and so do the girls, having not seen anyone, and seeing that all those classrooms were empty as well. So we go back into the gym. The gym is mostly empty now. A few adults are cleaning up. One is carrying the big banner that was high up on the gym wall. The very last class is filing out the other doors, which lead into the same hallway. So I turn around, and I'm at the back of the line. My whole class is right in front of me, filing out the doors. At first I think, wow, how did I miss that? I'm confused. But then I see my friend Wesley, far ahead of me in the line as before, hit his shoulder really hard on the middle part between the double doors. And then I turn around again, and see the adults, before are just starting to clean up, and the big banner is still high up on the wall. I spoke with the other 4. We all agreed that this happened, and we had no way of explaining it. One of the girls was normally an extreme skeptic, the annoying type that doesn't believe even mundane things, like I lived in the same state that Abe Lincoln once did. Even she was completely baffled and willing to believe something weird was going on. I never told anyone outside of that group, and as far as I know no one else did, but for the next several days it was all my friend and I could talk about to each other. When I first moved into my new house, when I was 18, my black lab ace was anxious to finally get a chance to explore. He has been restrained, so he wouldn't get hurt during the unpacking process. He excitedly ran up and down the stairs, checking out rooms, and sniffing at toilets in the bathrooms. We all went downstairs to the basement, but when we turned back to see where he was just standing at the top of the stairs staring at us. He wasn't panting or wagging his tailing. We called for him to come down with us, but no matter what we did, he still just stood there looking scared. We picked him up and carried him down with us. While he was down there he was completely scared, so we brought him back up. Several months had passed, and he continued to be scared of the basement. While I was on the laundry side of the basement, I noticed there was a panel beneath the stairwell that could be moved. I moved it aside and found an empty space with a solitary ceramic doll laying in the center of it, staring with a blank gaze in my direction. I removed it and took it upstairs, throwing it away in the trash outside. The very next time my dog came inside with us, he followed me down the stairs to the basement without a second thought and continued to till the day he died. This still unnerves me to this day. I live in Chicago. It's a very big and beautiful city, and ironically, also the city in the Matrix. Same street names, ECT. One of my hobbies on extremely nice days is to go downtown and follow odd looking people around to see what they are doing. I think this is called being a flâneur in French, and I've experienced some really weird things while following people that could be equated to Matrix glitches, even though I've never really had that thought before. The one that stands out in my mind as the most Matrixy was a few summers ago. It was a Saturday, and I was downtown with a parkour training group. The session was wrapping up at around 6 PM and everyone was getting ready to go home or somewhere else. I was sitting in a large tree we like to climb, and was looking down on an extremely odd man who had been watching us literally all day, since 10 AM. He was in his late 20s I'd assume, thin but muscular, and wore sunglasses and a bright green and pink short-sleeved collared shirt and cargo shorts. He just sat there for the entire 8 hours and didn't faking move aside from maybe shift in his seat whenever he saw something that impressed him. At this point only 4 people were left lingering. 1 Tresser, his 2 female friend, and myself. The man got up, went over to the group of 3, said something. It looked intense, and the 2 girls stood bolt upright, while the 1 male threw his hands up in the air and had them drop to his sides quickly in a wild shrugging gesture. They were just out of earshot. I jumped down from my tree and stumbled, botched the landing, over to the trio. Apparently, the man had left, and I saw him walking briskly down the stairs towards Michigan Avenue, the main street of downtown Chicago. I was intent on following him, but I wanted to make sure he wasn't a crazy first. When I got to the remaining 3 youths, the 2 girls just stood there in the same position they were before, completely quiet. I asked about the man, to which the male replied, sounding rather offended, "What man? It's just me, and these 2 here." For a brief moment his face took on a strained look, as if trying to remember the man, like he should remember the man, but the look vanished as quickly as the man had. When it was clear that he wasn't going to say anything on the matter, I turned and jogged down the stairs towards Michigan Avenue. I looked left and right, then left again, and right again. I couldn't spot the guy. It had been less than a minute since he began walking, and he was already out of sight. He could have crossed the street, but he would still have been waiting for a break in the traffic to do so. Other than that, the street was weirdly void of pedestrians. There was an open park to my right and rushing traffic to my left, and not a man in sight. Then I heard a scream from behind me and ran back to the park to see the 2 girls looming over the guy. I pushed them back and saw the male, who had slumped over, out cold and drooling a mixture of blood and spittle. He looked like he had just been beaten badly, just really had the snot knocked out of him. He was a pretty big guy, one of the most muscular guys I know. He could have taken 2 or 3 of anyone else in the park, no problem, but there he was down for the count point. I asked the girls if they had saw what happened. They said he was talking to himself and then just fell over. I told one to call an ambulance and continued to question the other one. I asked about the man. They said they don't remember any man. I asked if they remembered me coming over there. They didn't remember that either. Very odd. The ambulance arrived very shortly after and took the slumped over mess away on a stretcher as I sat there trying to explain, in detail, the events of the last 10 minutes to these girls, who would just not believe me about the man in neon green and pink point TLDR. A slight, weird looking man in sunglasses brainwashes 2 girls and knocks out a man twice his size with words, then disappears into thin air and nobody but me remembers it. No one believes me. Not one single person. They all laugh and think I'm just being a weirdo. You are all going to read this and just think I'm a weirdo as well. But here it is. I saw a shark in my rearview mirror. I'm driving home late one night from work, about 1 AM. I worked in the Alliance area of 35 in Fort Worth, and I lived in Denton. I'm driving down 35 and other than a few 18-wheelers in front of me, I'm alone on the road. Anyone who is familiar with this stretch of highway, you know that it is super dark at night. No lights, no exits, just a few miles of road and country until you get to Denton. I'm about to change over from the left lane to the right. I look into my rearview mirror and there, lit in red by my tail lights, is a giant shark. Swimming as if we were submerged in water, bearing down on me, jaws open, rows of razor teeth exposed, ready to strike. I screamed and jerked my head around to look out my window. Nothing. It was gone. No one behind me, no cars, no trucks, certainly no giant sharks. Just as if nothing happened at all. I pulled over shaking and sweating. It had all taken place in a fraction of a second, and I had no idea how to process what I had just seen. There was a shark in my rearview mirror that was inches away from ripping the sheet out of the back of my car. The image still plays in my mind over and over. I'm not crazy. I have no history of mental illness. Neither does anyone in my family. I had not, at that time, ever partaken in hallucinogens. I had never, and since then still have never had any kind of hallucination like that. And like I said, anyone that I have ever told thinks I'm either lying or nuts, and I kinda hope I am. But I saw that shark, and it saw me, and it wanted my blood. I was 10. I vividly remember every ounce of feeling of this. September 10th, 2001. I fucking tear up whenever I think about this. I live in Lower East Side Manhattan with a very clear view of all of downtown. So I'm laying in bed staring out my window and this is what I feel and see. My covers are on my legs and I'm staring at the WTC. Very clear night. I'm lost in my own little world. Then I daydream about an airplane hitting them. I start to sweat because it all seems so real. I hear police sirens. Now my body is stuck in this position. I'm actually trying to move and run to my father, but I'm just stuck in this fear of what the hell is going on. So my mom comes in and sees me sitting upright and sweating and starts asking what's wrong, which breaks me out of this trance. I tell her it was nothing and go to sleep. This is my strongest memory of a dream that I've had. I was dreaming and it's the morning. I'm at school and we get news that an airplane had hit the WTC. I kid you not. I shot up from my bed and it's still around 4ish in the morning and go to my parents' room terrified. They keep telling me it was a dream, but it felt way too real. Then unfortunately the next day everything that happened in my dream played out. Not exactly, but for the most part it was spot on. Till this very day only 3 people know this. My eyes tear up and my body shivers when I think about it. Sorry for my poor use of grammar and spelling, but I'm not gonna edit everything. This is my glitch in the Matrix story, L. So I was working in a white pages call center, where people call from all over the country. I live in Greece, and ask for telephone numbers and other information. My shift was 11 AM to 3 PM. There were about 2,000 of us every single second receiving calls non-stop. Point at the time we were not provided with caller ID or any other information about the caller. We just heard a beep and the line opened automatically. A cousin of mine who also lives in Greece and I hadn't spoken to for months. He didn't even know I worked there. calls to ask for my parents' number, to ask something my father. I get the call. After the first excitement and laughs we hang up the line. Not more than 10 minutes later. In the meantime I have answered 6 to 7 lines. He calls back, because in the first call he forgot to actually ask for the number. I answer his second call too. A couple of months later, this same cousin is in another city and wants to change internet/phone provider. So he calls again, the information number. This particular day I was covering a friend's shift and was working 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. About 1500 other people answering phones with me. I get his call again. He still swears that he has called this number only these 3 times in his life. Not as creepy as other Redditors stories, but still the odds are phenomenal. TLDR, me and my cousin mailed 3 times straight, possibility of 1 over 2000. Made this throwaway, so people don't think I'm crazy. I've told this to 2 people in my entire life. Now let the downvoting commence. The first part of this story is retold as by my sister and mom. I once awoke during the night screaming incomprehensibly when I was 3 years old. My mom and my sister were sleeping soundly at the time, and my dad was out of town on a business trip. Upon hearing me, they rushed into my bedroom, worried about what was going on. From their description, the sight in my room was unsettling, to say the least. I was sitting upright in my bed, hands shielding my head and face as if people were beating me, back pressed against the wall, and as previously mentioned, screaming. There was something very notable about what I was screaming, though. It wasn't English. It was an Oriental tongue, as they later put it, and very convincing at that. They proceeded to attempt and wake me/detrance me, although no matter how hard they tried, nothing worked. In time, I calmed down. Come the next day, I tell my present family about this dream I had that felt exactly like real life. I was in an ancient distant land, where the people were smaller, tanner, with funny looking eyes, and where everything was just different. I told them I was to be prosecuted. Quoted words are supposedly verbatim for my beliefs, that I was a hermit living on the side of a mountain, after being chased from my village, and that this man who I was in my previous life desired for me to ensure the survival of his legacy, whatever that was. The only reason I remotely believe this story is because of how I came to hear it years later. Fast forward to the 2nd grade. I arrive home one day with a massive stack of books, every single one of them having to do with Japan, which, since the day I actually learned of it, has held a very odd allure about it to me. INB4 This story is a weeaboo's wet dream. I'm no weeaboo. I vividly recall walking into our old home, eager to share about this strange, intriguing land with my family. The very moment I mentioned my new interest, my mom appeared to have died. Her entire body went pale, mouth suddenly agape, eyes wide, muscles tense. Seeing her like that left me with the impression I was in big trouble, but after gathering herself and reassuring me I had done nothing wrong, she fetched my sister, and they retold me the tale of the night I turned Japanese, or got possessed. When I was stationed in Italy I had my own house in Pordenone. It was a 3-bedroom, way too much space for a single guy like me. I slept in the living room by my TV as the back bedrooms and hallway were always cold and always gave me creepy vibes. But that's beside the point. I had a dream one night of a golden-haired child. He was running out of that back hallway into the living room for protection. I scooped him up as demons lumbered from the hallway and the corners of the living room. They had surrounded us. I ran to my side door leading to the porch, but Cerberus was there. Then I ran to the front door, but they were coming down the street as well. At this point the child began to glow incredibly bright, and the demons hissed and disappeared. I woke up. A week later I found a golden hair on my uniform jacket that was hanging on the dining room chair. I didn't know anybody with curly long blonde hair, certainly nobody that came over forever alone, but there lay this singular hair. I ignored it, but another week later I found another singular blonde hair on my couch pillow. It made me pause, but I still ignored it, until a couple weeks later, I was walking down that hallway, and saw on a nearby shelf on my incense box a singular blonde hair curling out of the little hole for the incense stick. I still find little golden hairs at random times to this day. This is probably more paranormal than Matrix Y, but still weird coincidence point. When I was younger I had horrific nightmares. I would run around the house, screaming, or simply pacing, in my sleep. I had very little memory of the dreams. My mum used to go to psychics every now and then at the insistence of my aunt. While my mum was with the psychic told her I was having nightmares and basically I was fighting demons in my sleep. She advised my mum burn sage in the four corners of my room and put salt across the windows/doors of the house and that the nightmares would stop in 3 months if she did this. My mum didn't tell us about this or follow the advice. For a few months the nightmares continued and eventually she decided that she could try it, but still she didn't tell us because if it worked, great. If not, no one would know or make fun of her. She later told me that one of the main reasons she tried it is because during a nightmare, I ran into my sister's room, which was my parents' room until a few days before, and frantically asked, "Where's the sage?" My mum tried the burning sage and salt across windows, and in 3 months the nightmares stopped. They haven't started again in my house, but I have gotten them when spending nights in other places, hotels, friends' houses, etc. Normally I would say of course they stopped. You were told they'd stop in 3 months. I would say that except for the fact that no one besides my mum knew. She did it 7 or so years ago, and she only told me this story recently. Either way, I'm thankful they've stopped. Also, sorry for any mistakes typing on my phone and it's 4.30 here. This just happened a couple nights ago. Some friends and I were driving home after hanging out up at a cabin for the day. We were driving into LA, so traffic was kinda bad as usual. We had 2 cars full of people, but we didn't bother trying to stay together on the road. The other car in front of us called us at one point and asked if we had hit the traffic yet. Luckily we hadn't, so we got off the next exit and took side streets. An hour later we got home and checked up on the other car. They said that nothing had moved, all the cars were turned off, and people were walking around on the freeway like some kind of zombie movie, so they were already kinda freaked out. The helicopters and hordes of cop cars didn't ease the tension either. Back at the house we were looking online to try to figure out what happened, but couldn't find anything, so we started joking about there being aliens and the government was trying to cover it all up. Eventually we found a report on Siglet, an official California Highway Patrol website, that a silver Honda Accord had stalled in the carpool lane right where traffic was stopped. We took a screenshot of it and sent it to the other car. 5 minutes later we get a call from the other car. "Did you see the report we sent you?" "Us, yeah, but did you just find that? Cause traffic barely started moving a minute ago, but right after I read the report we were in the carpool lane and it suddenly stopped. I looked up and a silver Honda Accord stopped right in front of us." Then the guy got out and popped the hood and is currently trying to figure out why his car stalled. We still have no idea what actually happened. Nobody reported it, and it didn't get covered on any of the news stations that night. http://i.com/fwi4d.pngtldr. Aliens crash on California freeway. Highway patrol tries to cover it up by causing cars to break down in the same area, but posts accident reports too early and ends up predicting the future. When I was a teenager I briefly lived with my estranged father, who I had never lived with before, as I was having difficulties with my mother. He had never been there for me as a child due to substance abuse, but he managed to clean up his act, get a job, and join AA. He loved antiquing and random crap gathering in general. One day, he found a painting on an old moonshiner's jug sitting on a tree stump. It was so clean that it was remarkable. I even wrote a short story about it, detailing the origins of how the jug wound up on the stump. Around 9 months into living with my father he began drinking and using again. I left after he stole my coin collection to buy us some drug or another. He had already sold jug on a stump and everything else of even slight value to support his habit. Shortly enough he found himself back in prison for ripping someone off to buy drugs and booze. It's been 12 years since then. My father got released from prison after serving 2 years and cleaned up his act for real this time. He has been clean and sober for 11 years at this point. Our relationship has never quite recovered, but it is not bad these days. Last summer I was looking through Craigslist and happened upon a funny listing. Painting of crockery in brown, $12. I clicked on it, and sure as shit it's jug on a stump. I know it's my jug on a stump, because it had a really unique frame. Besides, no one would ever paint two of these hideous things. I emailed the poster, but it was already sold. I hoped that whoever bought it would treat her right. Later that day my father stopped over for an impromptu visit, something he rarely does. I can't help but notice the large painting he carries as he walks in. I shook my head in disbelief. He had seen the listing just before I did and purchased jug on a stump for me. I'm hesitant to even write this because words on paper make it seem real, and I don't want it to be real. But it was, at least, I believe it was many years ago, when I was a senior in high school. I was at home by myself, as both my parents were teachers, and it was parents' night. I was in the kitchen fixing myself a bite. It was about dusk when I heard a knock at the front door. Now this in and of itself was odd, as this was a small town, and pretty much anyone who comes to our house knows to come to the carport, because the front door was rarely, if ever, used. I went to the door and opened it, leaving the glass storm door shut. Outside on my front porch stood two kids, a boy and a girl. For a second, I thought maybe someone had gotten their wires crossed and brought their kids to the teacher's house for parents' night, but that would be really strange, so I discounted the idea. I asked them, "Can I help you?" Then thinking that maybe they were selling candy bars or magazines or Girl Scout cookies or popcorn or any one of the zillion things kids come around shilling. The little girl said, "Can we come in? We need to use your phone." Now, bear in mind, this was a small town, and at the time it would have been no big deal to let someone, even a stranger, use the phone, particularly a child. I happened to have the cordless phone in my pocket, so I offered it to them, and the girl looked at me and said, "No, we need to come inside." I was about to let them when all of a sudden I got hit with the most incredible sick horror feeling in the pit of my stomach. All the hair raised on the back of my neck, and I had a total fight or flight response that I had no reasonable explanation for. I'm always inclined to listen to these responses, but my hand was going to the door to open it anyway, and it was like I couldn't stop myself, despite the cold, sweaty palm terror I was stricken with. In the last second, I turned my hand from its path towards the latch, hit the light switch with my hand instead, and turned the porch light on. The porch light lit these kids up, and I swear, they had the blackest eyes I've ever seen, like they were wearing those black full sclera contact lenses. I let out a squeak, and slammed the door shut, and locked it behind me. The knocking started again almost immediately. I ran and locked all the other doors in the house, and ran and hid in the dining room with my dog, who was growling, like I'd never heard her growl before. Finally, the knocking stopped, and when it did, the feeling of terror lifted, and the dog calmed down. When my parents got home, I told them about it, but they thought I must have been sleeping, and had had a nightmare. I did my best to put it out of my head, and went on with life. I had myself half convinced that it was a dream, or something I'd imagined, despite the fact that I'm not the kind of person who does that sort of thing. I'm calm, rational, and meet tales like these with questions and skepticism, so some sort of terror-driven paranoia Home Alone imagining was right out. It's also worth mentioning that I was completely sober and chemical free at the time. A couple of years ago, I heard someone talking about Bex, or black-eyed kids, and all the old memories came flooding back. I did some internet research and found that so many people have had similar experiences to mine, almost down to the letter, and the cold feeling of horror/terror/fear these kids emanate. I never open the door to anyone anymore without checking the peep, which is a safe thing to do anyway. I'm sitting here, at work, in a room full of people, and when I think about this, and those kids and their eyes, I get cold chills that won't quit. Because someday, I'm afraid I'll see them again, and I won't be able to stop myself from letting them in. A little while ago I was at this bookstore, where I found this completely blank leather-bound journal. I took it home, opened it up, wrote down a date for my first entry. My mind blanked at that point, so I put it in a drawer. A week later I opened the drawer, and opened the book, and it was completely filled. Printed text, copyright page, everything. But the copyright date, 2014. There was no author mentioned anywhere in the book, and it was eerily similar to my at the time recent life. It was really freaky. I put the book back in the drawer, researched the title, the publishing house, the ISBN. This book did not exist. A week later, again, I opened up the door to check the book again. It was gone. Nobody else in the house had seen it at all. Then on December 31st I woke up to a call from one of my friends telling me to get on video chat so we can talk when the ball drop. I hang up, check my texts, and there's one from him saying Happy New Year. Dated December 31st, 2016. He never sent me a text. Then there was the time I woke up 3 hours before I went to bed. And then the time my hair turned red for 15 minutes last summer. Like bright ginger red. I got out of the shower and dried and it was red. Put it up in a hat. Took the hat off. It was back to brown. Then there was the time I got measured at the doctor's office and it said I was 6 feet 1 inch. I'm 5 feet 1 inch. The numbers of the measure moved. My iris is also flashed pink randomly for an entire day. I've also had various experiences where I've put a completely empty cigarette pack in my pocket, then pulled it out later to throw it in the trash, only to find a new cigarette or two in the pack. It was always the same pack, and it lasted for about a week. The weird thing was that it was a Camel pack, and the quantum cigarettes I was pulling out of it were Marlboro Smooths. Was driving my car, looked at my hand, saw it melting away in my mind, thought it was weird. Later that day, burned my hand, some skin melted right off. Again, driving my car, smoking a cigarette, thought of myself driving, and my head bursting into flames. Thought it was weird, threw cigarette out window, flew back in, landed in hood of my coat, caught my hair on fire. After that I try to not let my mind wander too far while driving. Woke up from a horrible dream of my ex-boyfriend with his new girlfriend. Knew nothing about her at the time. They lived on the other side of the country. Contacted him when I woke up and told him what had happened in my dream and his girlfriend's name. Everything I had dreamt had happened during the time I was dreaming. Girlfriend's name was right for about 4 years old, sitting on the couch in my basement eating an orange flavor ice. To the right of me was an unfinished part of the basement, where the laundry room was. Out of nowhere it felt like something was pushing on my head to look into that part of the basement. Tried to fight it, but my head wouldn't stop turning. When I finally gave in, my head turned all the way to the right and I shut my eyes as tight as I could and ran upstairs from memory of the house's layout. No idea what the fuck happened there. Edit. Spelling was on my phone. Added 2 more stories. When I was 6, my mom bought me this silver necklace. It was a really thin chain with a tiny silver dove pendant. I loved that necklace. When I was in 8th grade, my older sister asked to borrow the necklace for her senior portraits. I told her no, because she was notorious for losing jewelry and in general being stupid with borrowed stuff. Well, she stole the necklace out of my room and wore it to her portrait session. After her session was over, her boyfriend picked her up and they went to the beach. Then out to eat. Then to a friend's house. Then they had sex at his house since his parents weren't home. During all this, she lost my necklace. I was so pissed and I made her and her boyfriend retrace all their steps to try and find it. They couldn't find it. I was devastated. Fast forward, I was 21 and living in my first apartment. I had been living there since I was 18 with my best friend. I came home from one of my jobs and decided to clean. I scrubbed, dusted, did laundry, and finally decided to vacuum. As I was vacuuming the living room, the vacuum sucked up something from the carpet that didn't sound right. I turned off the vacuum and flipped it over to get whatever it was out of the brush. I took off the brush guard and saw a thin chain wound around the brush. I carefully unwound it, and it was my missing necklace. I have no idea how this happened. I still have the chain was broken beyond repair for the skeptics out there. My sister had never been in my apartment. The vacuum I had bought brand new 2 years prior. None of the furniture I owned was from my family home. There's absolutely no way it could have rationally been explained. And believe me, I looked for ways to explain it, including asking my friend if my sister had given her the necklace to plant. Of course, my sister hadn't, since she and my friend never hung out together. Everyone in my family was pretty tripped out by this, especially my sister. She told me that she was pretty certain that she had lost my necklace at the beach because there had been roughhousing in the water at the time. She had never told me about that before because she knew how pissed off I would be by her disregard for my property. I have no idea how well this fits in here, but here is my experience. I apologize for the grammar in advance. About 7 years ago, when I was 15, I suddenly started to remember something that happened to me, but I couldn't put my finger on when it happened. I had this memory of an evening when me and my sister were at our neighbor's apartment and everyone was agitated, while my sister was crying her eyes out, and I was just looking around at things. I could remember who won the MTV Music Awards because we were watching them at the time. I'll explain why I was watching MTV later. So, as I said, I had a perfect memory of something that happened, but I couldn't remember when it did. This was all I was thinking about for 2 weeks also, because I could not remember what happened before that led to those things. Then one night, my mom died in the next room. My dad came over to tell us as he was crying. My sister started crying, and he took us to our neighbors. Everything happened as I remembered it, and because my sister was just devastated, they sent us to the TV room, so I turned on the awards, because I knew she wanted to see them to try to calm her down. Even the awards went as I remembered them. Point again, I'm sorry for my grammar, and in case this doesn't fit in here, feel free to downvote not to waste other people's time reading it. Not my story, but what my grandpa once told me about 3 near-death experiences he had. The first experience happened when he lived in a small town in Greece, which had been captured by Nazis, making my grandpa and his friends POW pretty much. One day, one of the Nazi soldiers went missing. In the end, the other Nazis assumed my grandpa and his friends had killed him, and so they lined them up against a wall to shoot them. Just before they were about to shoot, the Nazis were counting down from 10. My grandpa suddenly got this feeling that caused him to yell "Stamata," Greek for stop, which stopped the Nazi that was going to shoot. Literally immediately after, the missing Nazi emerged from the bushes, drunk and stumbling around. There was apparently then some awkward laughter and apologies, and my grandpa and his friends were dismissed. The Nazis were amazed at his foresight as all of them had been blindfolded too. The second experience happened sometime later, where my grandpa and his friends, not sure if they were the same ones from before, were in some clearing which had a large stone fence cutting through it. Being curious, my grandpa and his friends decided to climb over the wall and jump to the other side, and so they began to climb it. My grandpa, however, again getting a bad feeling, ran off to find a ladder instead to climb over. By the time he got back and climbed up the ladder, he saw his friends had been shot dead on the other side. Lastly, my grandpa was a fairly religious man and attended church every Sunday morning. One morning though, he slept in. This was very unusual, as he had never been one to sleep in anyway. He got dressed and rushed to church, but upon arrival, he discovered the church had had a bomb fall right on it, killing everyone inside. I apologize in advance for any spelling errors as this was typed on my phone. Prepare to be freaked the fuck out. Point. When I was young, I was an avid lucid dreamer and into reading about astral projection, though I now doubt astral projection is real and think it just a lucid dream. Point. I had many lucid dreaming experiences and would describe them to my friend at primary school who was having similar ones. We would try to call each other into each other's dreams. Seemed logical by shouting each other's names, but not much came of it. Point. But we both loved flying in our dreams. We would trade techniques and ways to make it happen, etc., and it was fantastic. Until one day, I'm in a lucid dream, flying, and some guys come along, guys in black suits, which seem oddly thin, and there was something strange about them. They pull me to the ground and explain that I would no longer be able to fly because it was not allowed. It was extremely freaky, and from that day onwards, I've never flown in a dream again. I was still able to lucid dream for a long time as a child, and sometimes as an adult, and whatever I do I have not been able to fly again. When I try to make it happen, sitting down and trying to hover, taking a long running jump, etc., something weird happens in my dreams that prevents it from happening. Point. I know, it sounds stupid, probably psychosomatic because I don't believe in this garbage. And sure, kids dream up a lot of creepy things. but I'd pretty much repressed this memory the past 20 years or so, and now just having thought about it, feel extremely unnerved by the extremely thin black sweated guys from my dream telling me that flying was forbidden, and they would take it from me. Edit. Second event, I dreamed of a city that didn't exist. Sure, no big deal, right? So I googled the name, and found a single reference in Google from another person who had dreamed of a city of the same name a few years prior. It was a post on a site, and there was no messaging functionality or forwarding address, so I couldn't get in touch with them, and I have since forgotten the city name. This'll probably get swept under given how many comments there already are, but here it goes. When I was taking summer classes for my undergraduate, I had a dream about an ex. We broke up about 1.5 years prior to the dream. This has been the weirdest dream I've ever had, and cannot recollect the full details of it, but here was the gist of it. The dream started with a black empty space, then slowly a package of Jewel brand Moonster cheese floated into my view until it practically took up all of the black empty space. Then a voice, that sounded like mine, but deeper, said, "Now that I have your attention." Then a flood of images from my previous relationship just started coming into view, like a hyper-fast slideshow. Once said slideshow ended, the same voice said, "Now you know what to do," and I woke up yelling she had an abortion. I was obviously freaked, but as I tried to remember the slideshow, it started fading. So I just pushed it aside and went back to sleep. A week later, while deleting contacts from my phone, I noticed my ex's sister's number, which reminded me of my dream. For sheets and giggles, I decided to call and outright ask if my ex had an abortion. After a long silence, probably only like 3 to 5 seconds, but it felt like a long time to me, she goes, "How the fuck did you know that?" I felt like I just got blindsided. I saw stars, tunnel vision, the works. I just blurted out, "Was it mine?" And she goes, "As a matter of factly, probably." Took me a couple of days to resume normal life after that. I know this is probably never going to be seen, but all these stories just reminded me of a story I have when I was a little kid. I was probably 11 to 12 years old at the time. My group of friends consisted of the kids who lived on my street. Some might consider we lived in the ghetto. At the end of our street there was this old broken down house, colored dark green. It has been abandoned for years and I have never seen one soul come in or out the house. The paint was chipping, shingles were falling off, the grass was always long. My friends and I used to pass by this house every day, walking to and from school. One day, while walking by from school, a friend dared me to knock on the door. Me being hormone raged and wanting to impress the girls on my street, I agreed. My plan was to knock and run. I started walking towards the porch as my friends were watching me from the front of the yard. I reached the door and I could hear every creak whenever I took a step. For some forsaken reason my hand starts to go towards the knob instead of just knocking and running. I twist the knob all the way and realized it was unlocked. I got really scared and ran back to the group, telling them what I witnessed. We agreed to meet up later that night and try to go in. That night, only me and my 2 friends Ben and Justin met up. The others, I'm guessing, were too scared or couldn't sneak out. At this time, it is pitch black outside. We have a couple of flashlights and some sticks for protection. We began to sneak our way to the front door. We are still for sure scared shitless. I began to turn the knob of the door, and what I see next I will never forget. We open the door and turn our flashlights on. Everything in the house is faking spotless and clean. All the furniture looked like it was from the 1900s, but almost looked brand new. You couldn't possibly imagine how the inside of this house looked by the exterior of it. There was a light coming from the upstairs, so we were able to see everything downstairs, except certain rooms, the kitchen, the second living room. I had the weirdest feeling in my gut, but I couldn't move. But I wasn't scared. It was just a mix of emotions. For some reason we didn't look around or anything. We just followed the light upstairs. I'm still mixed with emotions, but our sticks made me feel somewhat comfort. When we reach the upstairs hallway I see a room with light streaking out from the bottom. We slowly walk up to it and open the door. The room has a single light hanging from the middle of the room and the whole room, walls, floor, ceiling, was painted red. I really do not remember what happened next, except me running out and there were my hillbilly neighbors out there. They called the police, and I had to explain to them what happened. They looked into the house and said everything was trashed. There was no furniture and only old carpet and papers lying around. Our parents got involved and she just became all a blur. I didn't go outside for a month. I got driven to school from now on. A couple weeks later I remember driving by the house and everything is boarded up. The door, the windows, there was caution tape hanging on the porch. There was even a yellow condemned warning on the door. I was really confused. A few years later I found out that there had been a girl who had been wrapped in that house. The people who did it thought they killed her and locked her up in the upstairs room. She ended up killing herself and the whole room was covered in her blood. I get chills thinking about it. TLDR, broke into a house with some friends, found a room where a girl was wrapped and died at. I have a couple, because I'm apparently a magnet for this kind of crap. First was close to 10 years ago. I was about 17 and had just moved to Houston with my now ex to be near his family. I got knocked up, etc. We were in the backyard on the porch, probably somewhere around 2 AM. Now, the whole backyard is surrounded by the usual tall wooden fencing, slats nailed together without much space between boards. The fence wasn't old or in any sort of disrepair. As we're sitting there, we watched a board carefully lift to the right, over another board, as if it had been pushed up, out, and sideways in that order. We stared as it carefully settled back into place. After much debate over who wasn't a huge bussy, we both went and checked it. No nails were loose, nothing was wrong with the board. There wasn't a physical way for it to have moved. We never figured that out. Another was living in this creepy little row of apartments that used to be part of a church next door. Apparently nuns had lived there, died there, etc. That didn't help the creep value much, but hey. So I was taking my uncle's dog outside for a walk when the neighbor came out and mentioned my cat had been messing around on the roof. I see the little dude up there and tell the neighbor I'll bring him inside. I take the dog away, walk a few blocks, and get home. When I do, neighbor comes back out, repeats exactly what he just said, and the cat walks into view just the same way he had the moment before. Now, if the neighbor were a drugged guy or a drunk, senile, even, I'd say he just forgot, but it was precise. Unnerved me. Lastly, I caused a moment like this for someone. It was at my job as a backstage electrical technician in a theater. We are used to roaming around in the dark, so sudden people behind you can be fairly normal. I was working on a light that had a loose wire when I asked who I thought was my other electrician to hand me a wire stripper. I looked back and nobody was there. From in front of me, he comes walking up, wire stripper in hand. He said I had asked him for it a while ago, except that he had been in the tool room for the past 10 minutes, where he thinks I asked. I had actually asked 1 minute previous to thin air. The tool room is through a hallway, and not even remotely close enough for him to hear me. He freaked out, and looked at me oddly for the rest of the day. Here are a few that I'm sharing. Least odd bit of these 3 stories. I attract playing cards and tarot cards. I just happen upon them, individually. I'll walk down the street, and bam, I'll spot a card. I've not lived in areas that have a heavy gambling presence either. I started holding on to them a few years back, and now I have over 2 decks worth of cards. Somewhat more strange. Understand that I don't talk much about religion or whatnot. I believe such things should be private, as much as possible. That speaking definitively about what is, or is supposed to be, ineffable is foolishness of the highest order. My wife is non-religious. We have a son. Out of nowhere, when our son was 2, he started talking, in very specific articulate terms, about his previous life, how he died as an old man, the hat he wore, how he felt about the life he lived. He mentioned that he was happy to be with us, and that he felt very lucky. My wife and I were floored. We tried to talk to him more about it, ask him questions, but he couldn't remember. His speech became far more appropriate, less articulate, less focused on abstracts, etc. For a 2-year-old. Within a week, he couldn't even remember telling us what he had initially said. Edit. Also, this was during a time when we didn't have a TV, so no TV shows to influence his young mind. Stranger still, my paternal grandma was in her 90s. She was doing less well and was, unfortunately, living in a nursing home. It was a nice facility, at least. I was working crunch hours all the time, and I hadn't had an opportunity to visit for months. I had a dream where I was in a luminous silver fog. I was a point of light in this fog. I saw my grandma, who was also a point of light in the fog. We talked to each other, said our I love yous, and said goodbye. Then, a fantastically bright light shot up between us like a comet. My grandmother said, "Oh, there goes Fred Rogers. He was such a nice man." I woke up suddenly. On the way to work, I heard on the radio that Mr. Fred Rogers, had just died. 2 weeks later, my grandma passed away. I have more stories, as I'm sure we all do. Life is weird, and I love it. Okay, this is weird on 2 levels. The first is that obviously, it's a glitch in the Matrix, and secondly, it raises a weird question about the workings of my mind. Also would like to point out that, if anybody has seen Garden State, then you'll have a much greater understanding of this point. Okay, so a while ago I had this dream about this girl, and in the dream, I don't know why, she had something, presumably snot, on her nose. So I wiped it away, and she looked at me and said, "Wow, that's love." So, it'd say no more than 3 days later, I'm flicking through the channels and I stumble upon the last hour or so of Garden State. Anyone who wants to avoid spoilers, stop reading by the way, and it gets to the scene where the main character is talking about his mum, and how when he was a kid, he was crying so much that his nose started running. His mother offers him her sleeve to blow his nose into, and he says something along the lines of, "I just thought, wow, this is love." I freaked the fuck out. I'm 99.9999999% sure I'd never seen the film before that, and there was less chance of the two things happening so close together. All I kept thinking was that I had a dream before I was meant to somehow, like a time traveling dream or a glitch in the Matrix, where I received information before I was supposed to. Sorry about the wording. Pretty sure it probably could have been better. TLDR, I'm a psychic. I predicted a line in a film without seeing it or knowing of its existence. Edit. I realized about halfway through that this isn't really relevant to the question posed, but I still think it was interesting. Hope that doesn't sound self-indulgent. This is probably going to get buried, but here goes. I had this ex who I was together with on and off for almost 4 years. During the last few months of the relationship, it was a real struggle for each of us to keep it up, so we just decided to break it off. We tried breaking it off before, but it never worked because we would remain talking. We decided this time it would be best if we stopped talking cold turkey and just lived on with our lives. Almost 1 year later, and I was having a particularly stressful week. I had lost my job, and my anxiety was really getting to me. Usually during these times I end up having really odd dreams or nightmares. I went to sleep one night and woke up the next morning in a haze. I heard my phone's text message tone go off, and when I grabbed it to look at it, it had one text message from my ex, and then I woke up for real. What I didn't realize was, I was still dreaming. So I woke up for the second time, and thought to myself, wow, that was weird. As soon as I opened my eyes, and went to get up to use the bathroom, my phone's text message tone went off. No. No. It can't be her, I told myself as I reached for my phone. I flipped it over, and sure enough, it read one text message from my ex. To this day I have absolutely no idea how the hell this happened. It was the craziest circumstance I have ever had, and it's what got me into studying neurobiology, dreams, alternate realities, and anything associated with the aforementioned. A few things to note: I had not talked to her at all in that time. There was absolutely no indication that she was going to contact me that morning. The reason she ended up texting me was just to see how I was doing, and that she just wanted to say hi. After that one day, we haven't spoken ever again. No, my phone did not ring before I got up. It beeped after I had already awoken, just like in my dream. TLDR, I had a dream in which I woke up and read a text message from an ex I haven't heard from in a year. Then I woke up for real and it actually happened. The house I grew up in wasn't creepy at all. I always considered it pretty nice, and it was in a sort of gated community, so to speak. Very nice place. That said, I've had multiple happenings in this home that to this day freak me the hell out. The first set of incidents has to do with me and an old childhood friend. One night he and I has fallen asleep in the front room. I'm guessing we were maybe 7 to 8, tops. We live in the Mojave Desert, and it was the middle of summer, and there just so happened to be a massive thunderstorm that night. At one point I woke up, but wasn't startled by anything, but I did have an odd feeling that something was happening, like the same thing, where you wake up because someone is doing something in the room you're sleeping in, and their slight rustling wakes you up. At any rate, I'm now up for a good minute or so just staring outside our 2 glass doors leading outside, because there's a pretty impressive lightning/thunderstorm rolling at this point. Flash, boom, pretty consistent for a good while. Then after some break and a good bit of silence and darkness, there comes a relatively subtle bit of lightning, but more than enough to outline and briefly show the details of a man directly outside our glass doors holding a knife in his right hand which looked to be mid-swing coming at the door. My friend, who I had no idea had been awake, freaks the fuck out and starts screaming before my reactions kick in. Long story short, we both made quite a scene of it and stayed up with my mom, who woke up from the yelling. Fast forward 5 or 6 years. We had just finished a day in middle school and decided to watch TV/play games at my place. It's probably 3:30 or so, and we are just watching something when I hear the very distinct sound of the door leading to the garage open. The way the couch was positioned, I can generally lean back and glance down the hall to my left to see who it is that's coming home. Just for reference, 15 feet to my 2 o'clock from where I was sitting were the glass doors this friend and I had experienced our mid-lightning sighting as children. As I look, I see no one. I call out, "John, Mom, Dad?" Nothing, no response. I glance over to my bud, as if to acknowledge Weird. I get up and look in the garage. The actual garage car door was closed, and I would have heard it opening anyways. No one was in there. I close the garage door leading to the house and sit back down to watch TV. About 5 minutes pass, and the exact same thing happens again. This time I glance at my bud for a moment with an eyebrow raised, and lean back again after not hearing anyone come in for 5 seconds or so after the door had opened. I called for my family once again to see who it was, but there was no response. At this point my bud and I were a tad freaked, so we both got up to check out the garage. 2 sets of eyes found nothing in there. Eventually we cracked it up to find door a pressure difference that was opening the door, which I wasn't buying because that garage door had never in 15 years done anything like that. This time when I closed the door I gave it a little slam and shimmied it back and forth a bit to confirm that this thing was shut firmly. It didn't budge. As we walked away and sat down once again to watch TV, the nail in the coffin for this event happened. We heard the attempt of someone to open the garage door. This was enough to immediately snap us into threat level midnight mode. We scrambled for something to defend ourselves with, since we were damn sure we were about to get eaten by some sort of hybrid ghost zombie or something. We both grabbed knives from the kitchen and ran, good idea right, frantically to my room where we locked ourselves in to catch a breath and get our minds together. We basically confirmed with each other what had happened and how, logistically, no one/thing could have been doing this without us seeing it. We searched the garage twice, and Usain Bolt himself couldn't have messed with the door from the inside and gotten out of view by the time it took me to lean my head back and see down the hallway. There was something going on, and we couldn't figure out what. We decided to search the house, top to bottom, together with weapons in hand. As we did, we confirmed that every window was closed and made sure that every door was dead bolted closed. We finished at the infamous glass doors. At this point we were still shaken and not satisfied at all that we didn't have a good answer as to what was going on, so we decided to check the garage one last time. On the way to the garage you have to pass by my parents' old room, which is on your right. In their room there are also doors leading to the backyard, which I personally deadbolted in our spree moments before. However now, to our amazement, the door was not only no deadbolted, but was slightly ajar. That was it. We panicked. We sprinted into the garage, out the garage door leading to the backyard, and towards the fence, which led to the park in this gated community. Midway there I buff and fall, dropping my knife, thankfully not landing on it. I swivel around to pick it back up and look up. My parents' room had a shower that had windows on the walls, both which faced out towards the backyard. They frequently hung damp clothes on the shower curtain rod to dry, and I noticed that the clothes were swinging violently, as if someone had just sprung out of the shower into their room. At this point I'm now completely batshit insane, freaked the fuck out. We run out the gate and wait in the park till we see one of my parents driving around the road to head home. We saw my dad and told him the situation, so he headed home to check it out. He found no one, but we later did take note that a handful of the clothes that were hung up in the bathroom were knocked on the floor. Never found out what the hell that was all about, but that was my glitch in the Matrix story. Or a story about a psychopath that wants to murder, not sure which one. Once, about 15 years ago, I was talking to a friend of mine. It was something about CDRs or something. Anyway, he misused the word opaque. He used it to mean that something opaque would allow light through. He insisted it was a synonym for translucent. I knew he was wrong, and I was gonna prove it to him. We got in dumb arguments like this infrequently, but when we did, he was always adamant that he was right. I looked up opaque in the nearest dictionary. Sure enough, it was listed as a synonym for translucent. I thought I was going crazy. I looked it up online, no dictionary.com back then, so it was sketchy, and same thing. Over the next couple of weeks I talked to this friend, or that friend, or a coworker about it, and they all confirmed that I was dumb, and that opaque was indeed a synonym for translucent. Eventually I forgot all about it. I don't have any idea when the definition of opaque went back to normal, but eventually it did. I'm half convinced that I slipped into a parallel universe at some point. Like Einstein's many worlds theory, I think it's Einstein. Every decision spawns a new universe. I wonder whether our consciousness, or whatever, just navigates all these universes, and we're actually just moving from one freeze frame to the next, really rapidly, so it seems like life. Maybe I took a wrong turn somehow. Mistakes are bound to happen. Anyway, it was weird. My nephew is special, in a way, and has had. He's 8. He is only focused on things that apply to him and himself only, such as video games, cartoons, comic books, acquiring food/candy to eat, playing with toys, etc. If you try to get his attention while he is engaged in one of the above, it's like trying to talk to a deaf/blind person. There is no response unless you yell at the top of your lungs or step in between him and the stimuli. So, my sister and my dad take him to dinner with them one night. He's sitting at the table playing with a toy while they're waiting for their food. The kid stops what he's doing, looks at my dad and says, "Papa, Grandma is calling you." What the fuck? My mom was not even in the same state at the time. He repeats himself, and then not 3 seconds later my mom calls my dad's cell phone. Another time, my nephew freaked the heck out because he insisted he had to talk to his dad, who was on his way home from work, and ask if he had seen the fox. What the fuck? Random. My brother-in-law stops off at a 7-Eleven on the way home, and as he pulls out of the parking lot to leave, wouldn't ya know it, a fox runs in front of his car. Even more what the fuck, because this was in California and foxes aren't exactly known for being a native species in the area. My nephew has also claimed to see dead people and can guess the winners of horse races with 90% accuracy. Shame my sister and brother-in-law are born again Christians. They do not encourage his extra skills at all. I had a recurring dream as a child, right into my teens, of me playing outside with friends. I would always be looking down at something on the ground. Sometimes I'd be playing with toys, when I look up, to see 3 strange men burst from some trees or bushes, carrying guns, running towards me and shouting. The colors in this dream were always washed out and everything looked like a sepia browny green. The way the men ran creeped me out, hunched like beasts, but urgently trying to get to me, brandishing shotguns, sinister, and I instantly wanted to get away. Particularly because this scene would crop up at the end of entirely different dreams, unexpectedly. I'd forgotten about the dream, and many years later, when I was 29, I was at my brother's house in the country, on a field not far from his house, walking his dog. The field had been plowed, so it was rough underfoot. Other than the dog, who had ran ahead, I felt totally alone. I spotted something blue and plastic in the plowed earth, which looked like a toy. Funny to find that here, I thought, so I reached down to get it, lost my footing, and fell sideways, banging my head on a tough crop of dirt. I felt dazed, heard the shout of a man's voice, and looked up to see three strange men, hunched over and carrying rifles, charging towards me. I couldn't comprehend what I was seeing at first, and not knowing where the dog or my brother was, felt very alone. I shouted at them and clambered backwards, but they kept coming, still hunched, looking sternly at me. The memories of my dreams came back, and my mind was a wreck dealing with it. Terrified. But this time it felt much more real. Because it was the men got to me, before I could properly stand, laid their guns down, and spoke to me. They were on their way to a hunt, to shoot pheasants, saw me fall, and said I didn't get up straight away, so they were running over to help. The odd, hunched running was because they were trying to keep their footing on the plowed field. Even the colors matched my dream, because of my knocked head. They must have thought me odd, because I didn't really speak back to them, because I was so surprised to see this nightmarish scene return to me more than a decade after I'd last dreamt it. Luckily they were coming to help me after all. TLDR, a childhood nightmare returns as an exact scene in my adult life, but with a twist. I don't know if this counts, but a few years ago I decided to play with a Ouija board with my friends. My mother had one in the closet, and I was all by myself for the week, so I figured what she don't know won't hurt her. She always told me, even since I was 5, to just leave it in that closet on that shelf, and never touch it. Don't take it out ever. She is not very superstitious except for this thing. Anyway, we asked it stuff all night, and it kept giving weird answers, until I asked about my grandmother who was recently deceased. The board started talking about how many children she had, what street she lived on, even her cat's name. Because of this I was too scared to stay at my house alone that night, so I brought it to a friend's house and stayed there. The next day I had to bring it home secretly. I placed it in the closet, and closed the door. I closed all the doors in my house, and had all the lights off, because I was heading out for the day and I just like it when the doors are closed. I don't know. I locked the front door as well. A little while later it starts raining. I'm a quick walk away, so I run home, because I'm not sure if I closed all the windows. Front door still locked, all the doors closed, except one door. The light is on in that room too. The only light on in the house. The closet that the Ouija board is in is open too. Not just cracked open, wide open. This happened when I was 14. My parents were in the middle of a divorce, and I was home alone. My mom was off at a small party on the river, at the house of a friend of the family. Suddenly, for no reason at all, I know that something horrible has happened to my mother. About 20 minutes later the phone rings, and when I pick it up the person identifies himself as a police officer. Before he says another word I tell him I know that he's calling about my mom, that she's been in a horrible accident, and ask him to tell me what hospital she's at. He stutters a bit, surprised that I know anything about it, and finally tells me the name of the hospital. I grab my purse and the keys to what will be my car as soon as I turn 15, and I'm heading out the door when my older half-sister, same dad, different moms, comes tearing across the yard from our grandparents' house. She's hysterical. I'm all calm and collected, getting ready to illegally drive to the hospital. She freaks out even more when I tell her I already knew about mom and was headed to the hospital. Still, to this day, I have no idea how I knew what happened before anyone told me. I've had other instances of knowing bad things were about to happen. Not always major things, just bad things. It's almost an animal-like sense of an impending earthquake or something, or at least that's the most similar thing I can think of to compare it to. To hold thread so this will get buried. But one night I was at a friend's house, and a mutual friend of ours came over. Let's call her Julia. Anyway, it became apparent to me as soon as Julia walked in that she was pregnant, and I mean way pregnant. The girl has always been really tiny, and she still was except for a background pregnant belly and larger boobs. It couldn't have just been weight gain, because she still had skinny little arms, a thin face, etc. Basically, it was really obvious that she was preggers, and it couldn't be anything else. Cue this awkward thing, where I'm trying not to stare, wondering if I should congratulate her or show concern, because she's only 17, and not in a stable financial situation to raise a child. She says nothing at all, and neither does the friend whose house we're in. I tell my mother about this in confidence, because I just kind of need to tell someone about this whole awkward thing. A week later my mother sees Julia at the store. Comes back and tells me there's no way she's pregnant. She looks just as tiny all over as usual. Confused, I figure she must have seen someone else. So I call up the friend whose house we went to. She also has no idea what I'm talking about, even though she was right there with us on the night that it was so clear Julia was pretty far along. Fast forward to a year later, I haven't heard from Julia in a while, and get on Facebook to find out that she's in the hospital in labor with a child. I get prickles on the back of my neck and go way back on Julia's page until I find a message saying that she's coming over to my friend's house to hang out with us. Exactly a year from that day. TLD, I had a vision of my friend's pregnancy the year before she gave birth to a baby girl. One time I was just sitting at my computer goofing off when a small white object flew out of nowhere and hit my desk. I picked it up and it appeared to be PVC or something similar and had broken off from something. The object was shaped funny and broken at an odd fracture. I looked everywhere and could not find anything in the entire house that it could have broken from. In the same room I would hear my keyboard randomly typing at night. I even left my computer on with a Word document for a few nights as suggested by the woman who is now my girlfriend, but nothing happened those nights. I also have dreamed of several places that I later saw in real life that I had never seen. I still have locations that reoccur in dreams that I wonder if I just might visit someday. I once dreamed that my sister became pregnant and lost the baby. The next day I told my brother about the dream and he became white as a sheet and had a look I had never seen in him before. For unbeknownst to me, my sister and her husband had recently became pregnant and only to miscarry soon after. My family barely ever talked to me unless there was a reason, and my brother was the first I had talked to since it happened. On the morning of April 19th, 1995, I was just a young child riding on the school bus when I had an extremely strong and persistent feeling that something bad was going to happen. I didn't know what, but the feeling was overwhelming until suddenly it melted away and I said to myself, it happened. Minutes later, as a regularly scheduled news segment on the radio came on, the DJ said, announced the breaking news that minutes earlier an explosion had happened at the Alfred P. Murrah building in Oklahoma City. Okay. Yes, the Oklahoma City bombing. Oh, and I had watched and looked at the time, which upon realization it had happened read 8:02. I lived in the mountain time zone and the event happened central, so would have been an hour ahead. 9:02 the exact time of the bombing. I had similar feelings the morning of 9/11, the Japanese tsunami, and when the morning my family found out that my infant cousin had been murdered the previous night. I have had many strange things happen, but the one I will end with is on Halloween. When I was young, I lived way out in the country, and at one point in the night I looked out the glass door and saw the Grim Reaper standing past the yard behind the ditch. This filled me with extreme fear and I looked away quickly, then out of curiosity, looked back moments later and saw nothing. I recently asked my siblings and cousins if they had done it to trick me, and they all said no, they never did such a thing, that they would have remembered, but that it would have been funny to do. Plus if they did, by nature they would torment me about it later. Remind me to tell you all about the hermit who died from eating the poison apple. That is a fun one, and took me years to feel safe eating apples from our orchard. Not my story, but a friend of mine's. He is an old physics teacher, pretty open-minded. One day in the pub we were talking about ghosts, and I suggested that a person's energy could be contained in items like big rocks, or vehicles if that is where they died. He told me he had 2 ghost stories which he believed were true. I pressed him to tell me, and he told me about Mr. Bentley Point. When he had been in his early 30s, he'd lived next door to an undertaker/chapel of rest. One night he was having a smoke before bedtime when he happened to look down into the garden of his apartment, which was between his building and the chapel of rest point. In the garden he saw the shape of a man made entirely out of what he described as Christmas tree lights. The shape walked around the garden and suddenly disappeared. A few days later he was coming back from work and saw the undertaker cleaning his hearse in the yard. He said hello as usual and asked him about the thing he had seen in the garden. The undertaker told him that's old Mr. Bentley. He came in on Monday. My friend presumed the undertaker meant Mr. Bentley was a new member of staff, but Mr. Bentley wasn't. He was sitting in the chapel of rest waiting for a distant relative to take care of the arrangements. My friend was shocked and said that he felt as though someone had walked over his grave. The undertaker laughed and told him it wasn't the first time one of his customers had been seen taking a walk in the gardens. He wouldn't tell me his other story. My girlfriend and I were camping in a cabin on the shore of Black Lake near the Thousand Islands in August 2010. The lady's cell phone tweaked out a bit, and to investigate the insides I had taken a tiny screw out of the back and set it on a small bedside table, but got distracted by the splendor of the out of doors and left things messy. We came back to the cabin later on and found ourselves locked out. The door wouldn't budge, so I went to the bedroom screen window and realized I could force it up enough to wedge my fingers in and unlatch the window. I reached in, picked up the bedside table, and tipped it over onto the bed so I can crawl in. I got in, closed the window, put the table back behind me, and then unlocked the front door. I then remembered that I had taken the cell phone apart and cursed because that tiny screw was on the table I tipped over. That's why you don't leave sheet undone. I went back into the bedroom and that stupid microscopic screw was sitting directly on the table where I had originally left it. There's absolutely no way it wouldn't have been flung off the table when the table was tipped over onto the bed. I wasn't gentle. My mind was blown. Late that night the lady and I decided to throw caution to the wind and take some foolhardy risks. Immediately preceding the initiation of joy, the smoke alarm spontaneously started blaring its horrors directly over our heads, then stopped. It wasn't a fire. It wasn't carbon monoxide. The 9V battery tasted very fresh. It totally killed the mood. A friend a couple rooms away didn't get woken up by the smoke alarm, but she did hear a child laughing in the living room of the cabin in the middle of the night later in the week. I don't believe in ghosts. The matrix definitely glitched up somehow. TLDR, a cabin gave me a screw, then took one away. When I was about 4 years old, I used to have this VHS tape of forgotten merry melodies / Maximum Fleischer cartoons circa mid-1930s, titled Robin Hood after the first cartoon, which featured 3 squirrel brothers playing a make-believe game of Robin Hood. It was a cheap video cassette, probably came from a dollar store, because it didn't even have the title printed on the label, just a blank field where you could write the title yourself, which I did in my best 4-year-old writing. My parents bought lots of these kinds of tapes, which included old episodes of Popeye, Daffy Duck, etc., but I adored this particular collection for some reason. I remember bringing it to my kindergarten class once to watch on a movie day. Anyway, the years went by and eventually it just sat unwatched on a shelf. Around age 9, I had developed this entrepreneurial streak and decided to sell all of my old toys and things at a garage sale so I could invest in cooler things like video games. I think I sold it for $1, which would be kind of a rip, considering that's probably how much it cost in the first place, then promptly forgot all about it. 7 years later, I was in a Value Village, a chain of thrift stores, called Savers in the US, looking through pairs of jeans when suddenly I had a flash of images from these old cartoons in my mind. Naturally, I felt all nostalgic and starting wishing I hadn't sold the tape all those years ago. Then it occurred to me that maybe, however incredibly unlikely, the tape might actually be here in the store. I got very excited and beelined straight for the books/video/music section. It felt like a magnet was pulling me straight to a certain place on one of the shelves. Somehow, I just knew the video was here. I walked right up to the shelf, reached out, and pulled out the tape. There was no searching involved. I held it in my hands and looked it over. It was the same tape I used to have. I was immediately overjoyed that I would get to see these old cartoons again, but then I remembered the writing on the label. Could it really be possible it was exactly the same tape? I pulled the cassette out of the box, and sure enough, there it was, Robin Hood, spelled out in my terrible 4-year-old handwriting. I was completely dumbstruck. I took it to the cashier in a state of ecstatic shock, tried to explain the story to her, but she said nothing, and just looked at me like I was crazy. I don't blame her, they probably get all kinds of weirdos in there. I gladly paid $2 for it. I still have it. Still works. Aside from the aforementioned Robin Hood, full title is actually Robin Hood Makes Good. The other cartoons included on the tape are the Dover Boys of Pimento University, really weird but hilarious Chuck Jones short, The Kids in the Shoe, a spin on the little old lady who lived in a shoe, featuring a pretty awesome jazz/swing number at the end, and Somewhere in Dreamland, which is guaranteed to make you bawl, unless you have no soul. They can all be found on YouTube. I have several, but I'll go with the weirdest one. I have a friend who writes fantasy stories. She has a few unpublished novels, and probably hundreds of short stories. Before going back to school, I would write fairly occasionally as well, so we would often discuss ideas for stories late at night. One evening, I was talking to her online, and she hinted at a story she was writing that had a character based on me as the main villain. This was the only detail she provided before I logged off for the day. I went to bed early that night and had a vivid, detailed dream about being chased by several people in a large tower. I could see every detail on the eclectic mix of people who were after me, down to what they were carrying. There were several events that occurred in the dream that are hardly worth mentioning here, but the people in the dream exchanged dialogue at times, both with me and each other. In the morning, I got online and told my friend about the vivid dream I had. I didn't get a reply for a while until she told me to check my email. In my inbox was a chapter from her book that she wrote the night before while I was sleeping. It was the one with my character in it, confronting the heroes of the story in his tower. Each detail was the same, with the exception of the dialogue, which was essentially the same but not verbatim. The odd thing is, I wasn't even weirded out. At the time it seemed perfectly natural that I would dream about what she was writing while I was asleep. One of my best friends was murdered in April. I had a dream about him 2 months ago. It was the most vivid dream I've ever had. What's more, I knew I was dreaming. I was in my room and I swear, the only thing I can compare how vivid the colors were is a shroom trip. Anyway, he comes in my room and I tell him, well, you finally decided to haunt me, you faking jerk. Laughing like it was completely normal to see him. We embraced with a handshake and a hug with a pat on the back, like we'd always done. He leads me to my living room, where he tells me about the afterlife, something I still don't believe in, honestly. I don't remember much, but him telling me how he hadn't come to see me because they didn't give him much time to. The last thing I remember before waking up is him telling me to tell his mom that he had already eaten. I said sure thing. He also gave me a phone number, but I couldn't remember it when I woke up. Anyways, I tell his mom on FB about my dream, thinking it'd bring her some comfort, you know? Here's where it gets weird. She tells me that she had been talking with some guests of hers about his favorite meals the day before. How he'd always get home hungry and be upset at how there wasn't anything ready and how he hadn't eaten. It's pretty much the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me like that. A lot of the stories here make me hope that someone's just trolling everyone. Lol. Creepy stuff. My best friend and I were driving through the desert on a cross-country road trip. We pulled into a rest stop at night. I remember it was the first rest stop after the one near Truth or Consequences, New Mexico. I got out and began refilling our water bottles, and my friend came along because it was unfamiliar territory. A tall, thin man came walking up to us and asked if we'd mind sharing the water spigot. He looked a little tweaked out, a little nervous, but didn't come across as threatening towards us. He was very open and friendly, introducing himself. It's been years, but I think he gave his name as Johnny. We ended up sitting down and talking for a while. Morgan, my friend, and I broke out some provisions and made a midnight picnic of it. Johnny asked our story, and we talked about the trip so far. We asked Johnny's story point. It started out normally enough. I've been away from home a long time. Lost my way. Working my way back. Getting my head right. And then it got a little more weird. His dad was an evil man. A man with the devil inside him. Not the devil himself, he said. That would just be crazy. But a serious dose of evil lived in the heart of Johnny's dad. And that's what Johnny had run away from. It had faked him up pretty bad, he said. Living close to an evil like that is almost radioactive. It bleeds off, gets into your hair and your clothes and your skin and your thoughts. He was ashamed he ran away, he said, but he needed time to build his strength. He spoke to his ancestors in the desert, he said. He'd had a vision quest, and his path was made clear. Now, he was going back to face his father. You can't just hide from the devil forever, you know? So, we figured Johnny was a little nuts. But we were on a road trip, and hearing him out seemed like the thing to do. Finally, it was time for us to get back on the road. We were driving on through to Vegas, and Johnny had an appointment to keep. We left him sitting there, with a bottle of water and a bag of jerky. Nuts or not, we had it to spare, and he looked like he could use it. He wasn't carrying anything with him but his clothes, and we did. We drove to Vegas, then through to California. We spent a week in Modesto enjoying perfect weather and real mountains, then drove north to Seattle, and cut across to Yellowstone. We spent a week camping in the backcountry, then started home. We pull into a rest stop in South Dakota near the Badlands, and I'm stretching my legs when I hear, "Hey, how was Vegas?" And there was Johnny 2,000 miles and 3 weeks and change later, standing in front of us in broad daylight. So, this is the biggest coincidence that has ever happened in my life. So, I was writing an essay on Martin Luther and his role in the early stages of the Protestant Reformation. I was sitting in my university library. It had 6 floors. I was on floor 2. Keep in mind, for this essay, I was only allowed to use my textbook as source material. So I was just sitting in a random spot in the library. It wasn't like I consciously sat near the history books or something like that. I just kind of plopped down where I could find a seat. Anyway, so I have been sitting there for a couple of hours and decide to take a walk around to stretch my legs. I get up, walk down a random aisle, grab a random book, and open to a random page. Staring back at me is an essay, written in French about Martin Luther and the early portion of the Reformation. But get this, it was written by me. It was my friggin' name, and by name I mean first and last. The only difference was that it was written in French, so it was the French pronunciation of my name. It didn't really register in my brain what had happened until about 30 seconds later, after I had put the book back and walked out of the aisle. It all clicked, and I ran back trying to find the book, but I couldn't. I don't think that was anything magical. It's a big library and all the books look the same, so it would have been hard to find it again. Anyway, that sheet was pretty nuts. So in Portland, Oregon, on the border of Low, is a house. It's a fairly fancy house, as Low is a fairly fancy area, but it's not too out there. It has a wall of small little see-through bricks, and a lot of big windows. You can see the entire living room, the kitchen, and the hallway where the doors to what I assume are the bedrooms and the door to the garage are. The whole thing is on a steep hill, that whole part of the neighborhood is, and from multiple angles you can see the sides of this house as well as the entire backyard. There is no fence, and no other place to park the car besides directly in front of the house, or in the garage. Sometimes lights are on. Twice my friend and I, who both lived around that area at the time, caught the garage door open. The kicker? No one is ever in the house. There is never a car in the garage or driveway. The furniture and light fixtures are never moved. It drove the neighborhood kids nuts for years. We thought it was a rental, but it's not registered as one. We thought it was a vacation home, but who the hell would buy an expensive as house in the middle of the suburbs and never be in it? We always make a point, when we walk past it, it's next to a popular park, to look to see if we can find people. None of us ever can. And there was a damn lot of us looking to. I got one. April 12th, 2009. I actually have this date written down in one of my journals and occasionally attempt to figure out just what happened that day. But first, let me explain. A few days after April 12th, I had been in my car driving my friend home. We were listening to the radio and chatting as I suddenly brought up the 12th. Why? Because I had absolutely no recollection of anything happening that day. I remember going to bed Saturday, waking up Monday, and going to work, then driving my friend home afterwards like we normally did. Now here's the thing, I did not sleep for over 24 hours. I lived with my family during this point, and I did not simply imagine that the 12th didn't happen. In fact, the only reason I knew it was time to go to work was because of my radio. Every one morning I would go about my routine by setting my alarm to turn on my clock radio and play the morning DJs in order to wake me up. They were only on Monday, Friday. The weekends was replays in the afternoon, and the morning was just music with commercials. I didn't really even think about this until that night when I got home from work. Mostly because it hadn't clicked in my mind that something was missing till after everything else had been done with point anyway. Back to Tuesday point. So I asked my friend if she did or did not remember her Sunday. At first she asked why, and I said it was because I couldn't remember doing anything. She sat silently in the car with me for about 5 minutes while we waited at a particularly long light under an overpass. Then she blurted out that she honestly couldn't remember doing anything on Sunday either. We were kinda freaked out by this, since there should have been something. Before I dropped her off, she concluded it was just a coincidence and not to worry about it. After she got out of the car, I called my mom and asked her what we did on Sunday. She said that we went out to dinner somewhere and that nothing else really happened. I asked where we went to dinner. She couldn't remember. I then asked her to put my younger brother on the phone and asked him if we had any leftovers from Sunday. He said that he didn't know what leftovers I was talking about, and then I said the ones from dinner, to which he replied we never went out to dinner. Later on throughout the day I asked the rest of my family what we did Sunday, all of them saying something about dinner, but other than that couldn't remember a thing. It gets a little creepier at this point because I called my grandparents. I asked what they did for dinner. They claimed they had us over. We aren't on great terms with my grandparents, so the likelihood of that happening is pretty slim. My next logical assumption was that this was merely a prank on me from all of them. My family is known for being assholes to one another, and we have kept some pranks and jokes going for years and years without explaining what's so funny. I have a problem with this answer, mainly because my friend didn't know my family, and that my grandparents would never have agreed to do the joke in the first place. Especially not for so long. TLDR, I had a whole day go missing from my life, and my relative/close friends lives as well. My major glitch in the Matrix happened when I was about 10 years old. I know people say oh it's just a child's imagination, but kids know when they make things up, and I remember this thing scared the actual shit out of me. Being a child growing up with no gaming consoles or anything, all I did all day was watch VHS tapes over and over again. Once my father was in the other room, and I was watching a homemade video of my father and his cousin from Germany when they went to visit. Basically my dad put the camera on the table then and recorded himself and his cousin. I know I was watching the tape in the living room years later while playing with toys on the floor when I hear my dad from the TV call my name. I looked up and my dad was telling me now is the chance to ask him and his cousin anything I want. I was absolutely lost and was babbling something along the lines of anything I want, and they kept saying yes, anything, just ask ahead, but before I could ask they changed the subject. I freaked the fuck out and ran to my dad in the other room, called him in the living room, and asked him to rewind it back to that part so I can ask my questions. Of course he didn't believe me, but kept rewinding and rewinding, and that bit never ever showed up again. TLDR. Dad on VHS tape talking to me. Called him back to rewind that bit for me, but never ever found it again. I was about 6 or 7, at a birthday party for someone I didn't know well. Being a shy kid, I looked for a place with not too many people, ended up wandering into a bedroom. I sat down on the floor with a comic book. After a few minutes, an old lady came into the bedroom, didn't notice I was there, opened the wardrobe door, went inside and closed the door behind her. I thought that was strange, so I got up and opened the door. The wardrobe was full of ladies' dresses. I closed the door and went back to my place on the floor, trying to figure it out. I had barely sat down, the wardrobe opened, and a young lady comes out. A young lady that looked a lot like the old lady that had gone in, only young. When she left the bedroom, I went to investigate again. This time I went into the wardrobe and found a door in the back. I opened it and entered an enchanted land. A young girl's bedroom, but with trays of candy and boxes of brand new toys everywhere. Looking behind me, I noticed a wardrobe exactly like the one I had left in the previous bedroom. Finally I freaked out and went back the way I had come. I looked for my mom and told her my story of the magic wardrobe that turned old ladies into young ladies in the fairyland with all the candy and toys. My mom had a laughing fit. As it turns out, these people had purchased 2 houses that shared a wall. They wanted to create a passage between them, but unfortunately the shared wall was between the 2 bedrooms, and there was no convenient place for wardrobes in any of them. The candy and toys were for the birthday party, and the old/young ladies were mother and daughter. About 5 years ago, when my brother was in college, he was about 17, I was 14. He was on his way home from college, and the quickest way to get to our house is to cut through a park. So this takes place in the winter, where it's pitch black nighttime darkness by about 5 p.m. And the park is laid out, so you have to walk through one alley to get into it, and one alley to get out of it. The park also backs onto some woods. So he's walking through the first alleyway, which is pitch black, because there are no street lights at this point. But he gets through, and into the park point. The street lights that light the path through the park are unreliable at best, and some nights they're all on and some nights they're all off, or one is on, the rest are off. Anyway, he's walking through the park and only a single street light is on today. And as he's walking towards it, he says he sees the silhouette of a person walking towards him under the street light, but as he carries on walking, there's nobody there. So obviously he's freaking out a bit. He carries on walking through the park with a faster pace. Before you get to the second alley leading out of the park, which is always well lit as there are houses next to it, you have to walk past the entrance to the woods, or the only part that isn't fences off. And as he's walking past this part, he says he turns to look down it, and there's this little girl in a white dress just staring at him. Just deadpan, just standing, staring at him. Then he says she put her hand out and said play, turns around and skips off giggling. Suffice to say my brother ran the rest of the way home. I can't say what he actually did or didn't see, but to this day he still swears that's what he saw, and refuses to walk through the park at night alone. Edit. More of a ghost story than anything else, but thought it was worth telling anyway. At this point this'll almost certainly get buried, but what hey. Back when I was in 4th grade, my brother and I were into Neopets. Both of us had a talking Scorpio toy, roughly 12 inches tall. Oh my god, I'm having multi-layer deja vu about telling this story to this very thread on Reddit, and they could talk to each other if you had them facing the right way. One night I wake up hearing them talking to each other. Nothing creepy, just things they'd normally say. They finished their conversation, one, or both, I'm not sure, of them saying it's "oh, I'm tired" line before shutting off, like normal. But quite a bit was out of the ordinary. Those things take a couple of minutes of inactivity to play the "I'm tired" line, but that night they did it right after finishing their conversation. To get them to talk to each other, they had to be at a certain angle from the other. One of them was under my bed, on its side, and the other was somewhere else of the floor, sitting up. They're not at all in the right positions to talk to each other. I even tried to make them talk the next morning without moving them, but it didn't work. To top it all off, for them to start talking, you have to squeeze one of their paws. To make to talk to each other, both of them have to be on at the same time. TLDR, 2 toys less than a year old turned themselves on and had a nice chat. I've just thought of 1 or 2, or 3, possibly 4. So there I'm around the age of 6 to 9, lying in my bed. I was in a bunk bed on the top bunk and my brother was on the bottom. I had woken up in the middle of the night because cold. I found out that this was because my blanket wasn't covering me anymore. I look towards the foot of the bed and something is pulling the blanket down off the bed. I tug on it and it tugs back. My brother snores and his snores are constant in one spot at the head of the bed, so it could not have been him. Scared the hell out me. The next one, I wake up needing to take a leak. Same age. Back then we had a sliding glass door, and we kept the back porch light on. I look at the door on my way to the bathroom, only to see what appears to be a guy standing there looking in, wearing a black fedora, a black trench coat, and glasses. This happened many times, so I got a good look. He always had a huge smile. In a ho, one day I decide to go to the door and face my completely rational fear. Lo and behold, he was gone. The next night he wasn't there. This too scared the hell out me. 3. Short one. I'm laying in my bed and suddenly I feel scared as balls. I felt like something was in the room waiting for me to sleep, just so it could watch me sleep. I'm laying on my back with my hands folded on my chest, trembling in fear. Then I felt what felt like someone running his finger across my fingernails on my right hand. I faking lost it. I ran out there into my mum's room and told her what happened. Weird thing was, she believed me. I have more stories, but we'll leave it here for now. When I was 12, my family and I were at my dad's friend's house in As for some form of party. Out back, they had a pool, a badminton court, and a large patio. They were pretty affluent, and was a really nice place with a lot of embedded lighting, which is somewhat important anyway. I was playing badminton with someone there for a while, mostly just screwing around, and trying to see who could hit the shuttle harder. On one upswing, I caught it with considerable force, and launched it nearly vertical. We waited for a secretary, but it never came down. We looked around, and being that there were lots of people, good lighting, and not much shrubbery around, it was odd that no one found it. We gave up looking, and went about meandering the party. Fast forward about 45 minutes, and the person I was playing with and I were chilling next to the pool, when there was a sploosh in the water. There was no one in the pool, and no one doing anything odd or throwing anything. We looked in the pool, and there was the shuttle, just chilling. We made sure that no one threw it or had seen it since we looked for it the first time. It was pretty bewildering at the time, and I still wonder where it went for that span of time. TLDR, I launched a shuttlecock into suborbit, and it came back down next to me. Edit. Spelling. This is a bit all the fuck over the place, and not the best example of a glitch in the matrix per se, but it still makes me go what the fuck. Brief backstory. My grandmother was a teacher. For several years, she taught at the school I went to. This was grade school. She had a coworker, we'll call her Susan, who was a fairly new teacher when my grandmother was getting toward retirement age. Many years later, I worked for an AmeriCorps program whose members basically served as teachers' aides in area schools. Turns out Susan was still teaching and working at the school where I was placed. This is relevant, I promise. Shortly before I was due to start working there, the principal of the school took me around to introduce me to the teachers. Susan remembered me and asked how my grandfather was doing. I guess she still kept in touch with my grandmother occasionally, and at that point my grandfather was near the end of his life and in hospice care. My grandpa passed away later that week. Weird shit began happening, but that's not the most relevant thing here. It's important to mention that my mom and one of her sisters have this sort of psychic thing going on, not reading thoughts or anything, but just shit with spirits. I don't know exactly how to describe it, because I'm a muggle. Fast forward to a few months later. One morning, an email went out from the principal notifying everyone that Susan would be out for a while because her mother had passed away overnight. My grandmother was out of town, and I gave her a call to let her know in case she would want to send a card. A few minutes later, I got a call from my mom asking me what time Susan's mom died. I have no idea why she thought I would know that, and I asked why she wanted to know. Turns out that sometime in the wee hours of the morning, my grandpa had come to my mom, trying to communicate some sort of message to her that she was supposed to let someone know that someone was with him, that it was a woman, and that she was okay. My mom had been confused since she'd been trying to sleep, so she was trying to tell him to go bother my aunt, who's on the other coast 3 hours behind us, and probably still awake. I guess he did, and in the morning, my aunt had called my mom about it. Neither of them knew anyone who'd been sick, or dying or anything, so they were mystified. I guess she just talked to my grandma and put enough together to solve the mystery. My mom told me all this, and I literally fell on the floor wondering what the fuck is wrong with my family, that this weird shit happens. Had David After Dentist existed at this point, I would have summed it up with an "is this real life?" TLDR. Coworker, who used to work with my grandma, loses her mother. Mother's spirit apparently finds my grandpa's spirit, because I guess she knew he could contact someone to let her family know she's okay, and apparently I'm part of that contact network. 0.0. This will probably get lost in the flood of comments, with me being so late, but here goes. When I was younger, me and my family used to go to the south of France for the holidays. My mom and dad had one of those tents that folds out of a cart thingies. http://upload.wikimedia.org/wikipedia/ During one of the nights sleeping there, I had a weird dream. I saw a boy, a little bit older than me, looking at me with intense fear, and he started howling in a weird way, all the while reaching out towards me. I saw the surroundings clearly as well. Freaky dream. I woke up, told my father, just a bad dream. Move to the next day. My dad had a tendency to take me on adventures, long walks enjoying the surrounding countryside, that inevitably ended up in a place where you could have lunch, and that day was no different, except my mother went along. Oh yeah, I forgot, I was on a bicycle during my dream, on the back. So, because my mother went along, and her constitution wasn't the same as mine or my father's, we took our bikes. We only had space for 2 bikes, I think, because I recall having a bike, but not with me. After a long walk, we got to this hill, and I was tired enough to take the back seat of my mother's bike, when all of a sudden, I recognize where we are, and there is that damn boy, looking at me with that intense look, reaching out to me, and howling weirdly. His mother rushed out, started talking with my mother. Years later I learned that the boy was autistic and wasn't allowed to ride bicycles because of the dangers, but really wanted to. He wasn't fearfully reaching out to me, but longingly to the bike. But it all had gone exactly like I dreamt. I know I haven't mixed the order of the dream and the event, because my dad confirmed it for me, that I had the dream before we came across the autistic boy. I've had some other weird stuff happen, not much, but this is my biggest glitch in the Matrix story. This seems silly, but it's our story, and deserves to be told. Maybe someone else will understand. My friend and I have some kind of weird psychic connection. I've known him for around 25 years now. We have similar dreams. When we are around each other we don't really talk much. We know what the other person is thinking most of the time. It's not perfect, and I'm never sure if I really know what he's thinking. It's just a gut feeling. Oh, X is thinking about going to Y restaurant. Now normally I would chalk it up to coincidence, or mentioning said restaurant in conversation at some point. But happens with most things. When my mother was diagnosed with breast cancer, I called him. After I called my wife, he already knew. He said it just came to him, and he was waiting for my phone call. Now about our dreams. We both dream about events in the future. Just about every night, since I can remember. Normally they are just a snapshot of an event. Like reading a paragraph from a book. You know what's going on, but you don't have any context to explain it, and unless someone mentions a date, or there is a calendar around, I don't know when it'll happen. Honestly, I'm waiting for a dream that doesn't happen. I'm hoping one day I just won't know. My friend has these same types of dreams. His usually involve more important events. When we compare our dreams, it's like the next paragraph. It completes the picture. The really frustrating thing is, no matter how much we know, we can't change most things. I've gotten to the point where I can manipulate the events in dream, and I'll let them play out. So, if I realize I'm in that event, I can change it from its original outcome to something more favorable for all involved. Some things I can't change, no matter what events I change in dream. The best I can do so far is change how that one event plays out. I don't know if it changes anything else. Normally I have a gut feeling that doing one thing is favorable over another. No rhyme or reason. I wish it were as cool as it sounds. I once tried to see if I could get lottery numbers. It didn't work. I'm almost 30 now, and I have 2 or 3 of these dreams a night. Some days it feels like I'm living in a fog of deja vu. When that happens, it doesn't feel like your life. It feels like someone else is controlling everything, and you're just an animal in a larger unseen system. It pretty much sucks. Mostly because the events are easily predictable, generally, and how can I prove it to myself that I'm not slowly losing my grip on sanity? I can't prove anything, because I've tried. I want to prove this. I want to show it to the world. I want science to understand what's going on. I'm the kind of person that, if I saw a Bigfoot or something, I'd kill it, so we can study it, and prove that this is in fact what I saw. One of my dreams last night wasn't me though. It was someone else in a big city. They were debating getting a soft pretzel or a hot dog as a quick snack. If they choose the hot dog, the superior choice in my book, an old woman will try to cross the road, but a bus running a yellow light will hit her/clip her. She'll fall down and die. A little kid on the bus will see this, and it'll fuck him up. If they choose the soft pretzel, they'll be in line to cross before the old woman, and she won't be able to cross until everyone else crosses. The man will see the bus and see it's going too fast to stop, so he won't cross and indirectly save this woman's life. The boy won't see anything traumatic and he'll be fine. For some reason the boy is important. I think it's because he has a high capacity for violence. Really, I don't know. See how vague that is? What city was it? It was either in the US or Western Europe. That's pretty much all I know. No dates, no time frame. Despite being as specific as I'm able, it's still not clear. Why wasn't it me? Am I supposed to tell the story to other people? Is my role just to write the story here, and the person it's supposed to affect will see it and remember it? How can I be certain it was a dream of future events, and not just a regular old dream? It's frustrating. Very frustrating. This happened a long time ago, but is no less freaky. I can remember every detail to this day. My dad used to play in bands by night and watch me by day, while my mom worked. Therefore, he was often tired during the day, so he'd take me to the playground and sleep on the bench while I played. This happened on a perfectly clear, warm sunny day. My dad took me to the park and passed out as usual. I was about 3 or 4 years old at the time. If you played on an American playground in the late 80s, you'll know this piece of equipment. It's basically a vertical tube shaped like an old telephone handset that's used to climb from one level of the playground gear to another. I remember climbing inside from the bottom, but when I came out the top, instead of being outdoors I was inside a small, confined area, about 4 feet square, which was the same plastic material as the playground equipment. I also seem to remember, after crawling into it, the way I came in disappeared behind me. The front of this small area then opened into a tranquil house. I remember crawling into a room with beige carpet, blue gingham curtains, dark wooden trim on the walls, and a picture window/sitting area window box with a bunch of stuffed animals in it. Sunlight was coming in through the window and I could see blue sky. I looked to my left, and I could see a kitchen. To my right, a living room. I looked around and saw an intercom on a wall only a foot off the floor, next to the plastic playground equipment entrance. I crawled over to it and pushed the button. A male voice said something to me, but I can't for the life of me remember what it was. After being there for a few minutes, I was told by the voice on the intercom to crawl back into the playground equipment entrance. When I did, I was able to crawl back down through the tube and back into the playground, where I found my dad still sleeping on the bench. So what the fuck was this? This wasn't anything like anything else I've seen in this thread. This wasn't just a couple of small items being displaced. I completely moved to a different location for an unknown reason. My best theory is that I may have passed out inside the tube and had a quick dream. That's what I've always told myself. However, I remember having dreams from back then, and I remember that this didn't seem like a dream at all. There was no sleep. I remember being lucid the entire time. I'm about ready to file it under I don't know therefore aliens category, unless anyone has a better theory. My friend and I have a regular habit of driving up to Chicago to various concerts throughout the school year, and driving back the same night. The 3-4 hour drive was always fun, but almost every time I would fall asleep on the way back for the last 45 minutes or so. This one night, after watching Japandroids play at Tubas, we drove home through a torrential downpour the likes I hadn't previously seen. My buddy always gave me shit for never staying up with him the entire way, so I was determined to prove him wrong, and failed in spectacular fashion. I kinda wonder how I fell asleep through the thunder and loud rain constantly pelting the truck, cause it was loud as hell. The last thing I remember was him saying something to the effect of, "I didn't think you'd fall asleep this early." And then I was out like a light. My buddy shouts, "Holy faking shit, you'd wake up and check this out." I jolt awake. It's 4 AM. We're on the interstate close to home, and the rain looks like it's coming down even harder than it previously was. I look ahead and can't believe what I see. In the oncoming lane underneath an overpass to a country road is a completely overturned semi and trailer, bits of rubber and twisted metal strewn about the asphalt, broken glass everywhere. How can I see rubber and metal and glass everywhere? Because everything was on fire in the rainstorm sent by Poseidon himself. And I'm not talking like a little brush fire or a stovetop fire. It looked like someone threw faking napalm on this 18-wheeler. This thing was engulfed. The flames licked up high into the night and were starting to spread up onto the overpass. I couldn't tell if there were people inside, but my heart was in my throat the entire time. My friend and I were speechless and drove on in silence and amazement at what we saw, and didn't really speak of it until a few weeks later. But you know what the kicker was? There was no one else, and I do mean no one, there on the interstate save for me and my friend. No cops. No firemen. No EMS. No lights or sirens. Not even passing pedestrians on our side of the road or the other. Just us speeding past a lonely, flaming heap in the middle of the storm of the summer. What really made this sheet real for me was how I couldn't find any news about this on any of the local news channels or newspapers. Google turned up nothing about a semi or trailer fire in my area later than about 2003, and this happened just a few months ago. I told friends about this fire and no one believed me. Even the guy who saw it with me is starting to have doubt that it actually happened, or that he wants to completely forget about it. When I asked if he heard any news about it a few days after the fact, he said, quite sarcastically, that it was filled with a bunch of Mexican migrant workers that the CIA took out. Obviously he was being a dick for dick's sake, but the fact that he would gloss over what we saw simultaneously gives me the creeps and makes me very suspicious. I took a trip the next afternoon back to the spot where we saw it. There was no trace of any accident. I didn't see burn marks from the fire or any pieces of semi. I don't know what to believe anymore. So, once when I was about 15 years old, I went down into a room in my parents' house with a book. The room somehow insulated against my half-deaf mother's television and the sounds of the city. The one unusual feature of this room was a mirror, covering most of one of the walls of the room. It was made up of 2-foot sections. Since it was a very old mirror, it was the middle of the day, but I planned to be reading there for a while, so I walked toward the lamp to turn it on. I was reaching to turn on the lamp when I thought I saw something in the mirror. I looked over and saw my reflection in the mirror, along with that of a tall man, maybe a bit taller than me, but much thinner, standing beside me. Since I had not seen any man in the direction I was reaching into, I looked beside me. I was relieved to find nothing there. I was already thinking, wow, that was weird, must have been some synapses misfiring. Then I looked back at the mirror. The man was still standing there beside me, even though there was nothing next to me. I stared at him. He was tall, blonde, and wearing a black 3-piece suit with a tie, and his eyes were looking into mine. I stood there for a few moments, just staring, trying to understand what I was seeing. He just stared, not like he was a frozen image, but as if he were just looking curiously at me. So after perhaps 20 seconds of bafflement, I took a step back, turned around and ran upstairs. I luckily was not alone and my mother was upstairs. I just started yelling in horror and tried to tell her about the man, where there was no man. I'm generally a calm person, even in danger, so instead of thinking the house was being broken into, she thought I had abruptly gone insane, because she had never seen me display such fear or emotion. I could not be coerced to go in that room or even walk past the doorway for a month or two. I just used the side door always to avoid having to go near it. I would even come out the side door to answer the doorbell. So a while later I went in there to see someone who was visiting. Nothing weird happened, although I kept looking at that large mirror waiting for something to happen. A few weeks later I went in the adjacent room to get something. I glanced over and saw something sitting on the rug in that room with the mirror. It is directly in the center of the room. I walked in and it looked like a piece of a fur coat. There was a falling apart fur coat in a nearby closet, so I picked it up. Dead squirrel. No wounds or apparent reason why it died or how it got in. I was a bit upset because I used to have several pet squirrels. When I was younger I have never had any hallucinations like this that I'm aware of. I often wonder how it happened. To this day, many years later, I do not keep mirrors anywhere but the bathroom. TLDR mirror malfunctioned. Last year I was dating this really messed up guy. One of the many things that made up his personality was his hatred for all things Christian. I wasn't much of a believer in God myself, so that didn't bother me. One night, we were on the phone really late. I was laying in bed on my side when I got a very strong urge to roll over and look behind me. It felt like someone was standing there. Then, I felt really tired and I don't remember anything until about an hour later when I woke up to my boyfriend crying. Not only was it strange for him to show any emotion, but he was praying too. I asked him what was going on, and he proceeded to tell him that I had been possessed. Apparently, in that hour, where I thought I was asleep, my voice changed. He described it as taunting. He told me I kept teasing him and trying to say hurtful things, talking about myself as if I was someone else, and growling. He told me I called him a cunt, which happens to be my least favorite word. Then, he told me something that literally gave me goosebumps. He said that I said I'm going to come see her every night. Does that bother you? The next day, I told my very religious mom, and she insisted I go to someone who knows about these things. A few weeks later, I met with a woman who only made my fears worse. She had me close my eyes and tell her everything that popped in my head. There was a weird processes that ended with me seeing whatever was in my room that night. That's when I realized I've seen it ever since I was a little girl. I used to always go to my parents' room in the middle of the night, and it would always be standing in the shower. Also, I saw it in my backyard a few times. After the session with the professional, things just got worse. One night, when everyone was asleep, I was going downstairs to get a drink, and I saw it. My stairs open up to my living room, and as I was almost to the last step, I saw it. Not for a split second, or out of the corner of my eye. I saw it as clearly as I would see anything else. Probably 30 seconds went by with us staring at each other before I fainted. When I woke up, it was gone. I haven't seen it since. TLDR, my boyfriend and I have bumped into each other at least twice before actually meeting in 2008. In June 6th, we were both in Frankfurt with our families during the World Cup. Neither of us were there to actually attend. We just happened to be in town. He was in the lobby of his hotel. I was leaving a restaurant. We can both remember a specifically rowdy and drunk bunch of Portuguese men leaving a bar, flags draped around their bodies, and busting out into "Oh lol lol, Portugal Portugal." From my point of view, after the group passed I noticed a kid with an Apple laptop. They weren't ubiquitous then, covered in stickers. No eye contact, no meeting. BF shows me an old album later, and the laptop I saw is his. He doesn't remember seeing me, but some other time later he mentioned in passing that he had weird thoughts about having a girlfriend with purple hair when he was younger. I had purple bangs during the 2006 World Cup. In 07 we both applied to USC, him from a NorCal school, myself from Tree State, to the same program in the same college. We both flew to LAX on United, stayed with our then SOS in the LA area, and on Columbus Day, went to USC for an interview with some dean or head of the program. We checked our old school emails, and our tour and interview slots were back to back, but neither of us remember seeing the other. We then returned to LAX at the same time, and left from the same terminal on United. We both chose not to go to USC. We met on Facebook, I know, in 08, and discovered we would both be attending the same university in a few months, where we finally met IRL. I have two similar stories from when I was a kid. We lived in a terraced house, with the front door opening right onto the sidewalk. We also had a few steps leading to the door. Anyway, I used to like opening up the door and jumping out, down the steps, onto the sidewalk. Typical kid thing to do. So one day me and my family go out for some reason. I open the door, run down our little hall and jump out. The only difference this time was that, as I jumped, I saw a lady with a baby carriage passing right in front of our door. I panicked and time seemed to slow down. I still remember looking down in midair, seeing my feet about to land right on top of her baby. I closed my eyes, as if I was about to land in a swimming pool. There was nothing I could do. But when I landed, nothing. I was on the sidewalk, totally confused and still in a slight panic. I looked around frantically, and at some distance, about 30 meters away, going in the same direction as I saw her go when I jumped, there was a lady with a baby carriage. Seriously confusing. I figured I must have noticed her subconsciously when opening the door, as there was some time between me opening the door, running up and jumping. My imagination must have added the lady to freak me out, in way to tell me this is what could happen. You idiot, look before you jump. Point had. The same thing happened sometime later when crossing the road. A man with a blue coat on a bicycle rode into me, or I ran into him, whatever you like. So I jerked back, frightened. Then suddenly, nothing, and about 50 meters in the same direction again, there was a man with a blue coat on a bike. I thought I was going crazy. So many comments in this thread, I doubt anyone will see this, but my sister and myself have experienced many glitches throughout our lives. We've kind of made it a competition, so I remember my glitches very well. Point the two that stick out the most to me are the following events. I've hit a deer while driving twice, grew up in the middle of nowhere, and I'm always on the lookout as a result. One night I got on the road and I could have sworn I saw a deer run across the road and materialize right before my eyes. Before it got across the road, I slammed on the brakes as a result of what I saw. When I got down to about 30 miles per hour, a deer ran right in front of me, and had I not slammed on the brakes from what I thought I saw, I would have hit my third deer at 60 miles per hour. The other event happened when a friend and I were watching Maximum Overdrive in middle school on one of our stay up all weekend and play video games weekends. I was making a StarCraft map and my buddy was getting into the movie. For no reason at all, we both at the exact same time, in the exact same note, for the exact amount of time said poop. It wasn't a meme among our friends or anything. Just a totally random occurrence. We laughed about it for close to an hour, and I'm sure he still remembers it to this day. It was just too faking weird. This one is different, and still makes me wonder every now and then when I think about it. I was young, maybe 12. I live in a trailer park that at the time was only a circle. My house is at the inside at about 3 o'clock, if you can picture it as a circular clock. I was riding my bike near my driveway when I see a familiar car. This car was the same blue car that my aunt drove. I remember hoping it was my aunt because I loved company. Here is where it turns strange. As she is passing, I do see that it is my aunt, and she is staring straight on, but as she passes she turns and makes the creepiest smile I've ever seen. At the time it happened I thought it was just a funny joke she was playing. She keeps driving though, so I decide to be smart and cut through the middle of the park to the other side of the circle and cut her off and see if she is actually going to be stopping at the house. I can see her car all until I have to go through one of the neighbors' yards where one of the houses block my view. I should have been able to be there to see her pass again, but once I reach the road she is nowhere to be found. If she did somehow get to the end of the park and turn to the main roads, I would have seen it, as she would have had to drive in front my vision. I walked around the park a few times to see if I could come up with anything, but couldn't figure it out. She claims to have never driven through the park that day, and I'm still creeped out by the smile and how it all seemed to vanish. When I was maybe 7 or 8 years old, I went with my dad to the grocery store. It was a giant for you mid-East Coast people. As I was following my dad around the store, I decided I would hold onto the side of the cart with my hand, close my eyes and let the cart guide me around the store blind. It seemed like a fun idea at the time, and I'm sure it was a fun idea for a 7-year-old. Anyway, my new game is going well. Dad's pushing the cart around. I'm in step with the cart, grasping its metal cage and carefully going around turns and up and down the aisles, all without opening my eyes. After what seemed like a while of this game, I decided I would open my eyes. I don't know what made me decide to stop playing, but I opened my eyes, looked down at my hand, still firmly grasping the cart, and I realized there wasn't much in the cart itself. Which didn't make sense given that we had been in the store a while and I knew we had walked down multiple aisles. When I turned to look up at my dad pushing my cart, I was shocked. Pushing the cart was an old Indian woman. My dad is a white guy, and what appeared to be her granddaughter. Both were staring at me with confused looks. I was terrified and didn't know what to do. I let go of their cart and walked away as casually as I could, but I'll never forget the look of confusion on their faces. I wandered around the store looking for my dad frantically for several minutes, asking myself how I ended up on another cart when my hand never let go of my dad's cart. All I could think of was that my dad passed the cart on to the Indian family as a joke, and they played along. When I finally found my dad, he didn't know what I was talking about. He thought I had wandered off and was frantically looking for me. After seeing The Matrix, I always ask myself if the situation could have been a glitch. Glad you posted this thread. Check this out. This was a few years ago. Was leaving the house. Mom was in her room. Wasn't going to pop in and say bye. She knew I was leaving somewhere. Everything in my body told me don't do it. Against all forces of nature, I somehow decided to pop in anyways. I remember grabbing the door handle, turning it, pushing. Yet the door remained closed, as if all four corners were fixed to the door jamb. The door felt like it was made of rubber. I felt no real resistance from the door. I was able to push the door open, as if it wasn't bound to the door jambs. The center of the door bowed in 18-24 inches, then released and snapped forward, and sent a massive shockwave through the entire room. This all happened within a 1 or 2 seconds, the time it takes to simply open a door. My mom was sitting on her bed facing out the window. I felt an extremely intense energy in the room and was not comfortable in there. She turned to me in a panic and asked me, "What did you do?" I said nothing. I just opened the door. We both obviously just witnessed this and were absolutely terrified. I told her bye, I love you in a panic, and bolted out of there. We have never mentioned it or talked about it. I felt like there was a presence in there that was physically trying to stop me from opening that door. It felt like my mom knew it was there and was somehow paralyzed and terrified, and I disturbed/disrupted whatever was happening in there. I raced to my fiance's house in a trembling, panicked mess. Could barely tell her what the fuck just happened. I was literally still hyperventilating. I was sitting on the computer after school. It must have been around 3 in the afternoon. It's still light out, and my parents weren't home. They would usually be home within the next hour. To get inside my house, you have to go through one large front door, and then a second large door. By large I mean heavy. Both of them are like heavy front doors to a house. The computer is on the other side of the house, and from there I can't see the door. So I'm putzing around the internet when I hear the first door open and shut loudly. Then the second one opens and slams. I yell for my dad first because I heard heavy footsteps and figured it was him. No answer. So I yell for anyone else it could possibly be. No answer. I'm kinda annoyed they won't answer, so I walk over to be annoyed at them. The door's locked. There's no one there. The stairs are right there, so I go up and see if anyone's home. No one. I call everyone, and they're all either at work or school or shopping. So weird. Another time I was home alone around 9 PM in my room playing guitar. I stopped playing for a little bit to take a break. It's weird, but you have to walk through a bathroom to get to my bedroom. Both doors are shut. I hear the downstairs door open, so I think, and heavy footsteps going up the stairs. They start coming down the hallway, and they stop right at my door. By now I'm clutching the phone ready to call someone, probably my parents, because 911 would be awkward, and slowly bend down to look under my door. I peek my head under the door expecting to see 2 huge leather boots of a robber or murderer. But there's nothing. I can see clear into the hallway. I grabbed my baseball bat from my closet and slowly opened the door. Not sure what I would do, and turned to look behind the shower curtain, down the hallway, everywhere. I end up turning all the lights on in my house, and sitting in the living room waiting for my parents with my cat, cuddled up to me. I have tons of these glitches. The most recent, and strangest, happened last week. I work over the other side of town. It takes a good hour-and-a-half commute to get to work or back on a good day. Last week, I left work at 7:45 at night, 15 minutes late, and found there were major delays on the district line. After a journey that felt like forever, I finally got out at my underground stop and waited the usual 15 minutes for my bus, which didn't arrive. Instead of waiting for the next one, I walked home, which is 2 miles or a 25-minute walk. Upon arriving home, I flopped on the sofa in exhaustion and my mum came into the front room to say, "Wow, you're back early." I looked at the clock to see that I had indeed returned home a full hour before I usually get in. On a 7:30 shift I can be expected to get back home around 9:45 at night. When I get the bus from the station, I returned home at 8:45. Thinking my parents had played a trick on me as in forever complaining about how long it takes me to get home, I checked my watch and my phone to see the time was indeed 8:45. I don't know how it happened. The journey home was horrible because of the delays and the walk home didn't help matters either. My only explanation was that it absent-mindedly left work an hour early so did everyone else who finished with me, and we would have all got a mouthful from our boss the next day, or that I somehow passed through a space-time continuum or caught a lift from a passing DeLorean. It was very weird and still weirds me out when I think about it. TLDR, I went through a wormhole on the way home from work and got home an hour before I should have done. Hi, I'm new to Reddit, and upon seeing thing thread I couldn't help but signing up to post this. This one time around 2007. I was about 13 and in 8th grade or 7th. There is a park fairly close to our school, so me and my mates would walk over there after school hours to just chill. We did this until we graduated. My mother was a teacher at the school, so we all had rides home. Well, around the western side of the park were these dense woods. There was a walking trail around the park with a creek that crossed right through the middle, making bridges and into the dense wood-like area. We would look for crawfishes in that creek until one day we decided we were gonna go find out where the creek ran from. So they decided to follow the creek back into the woods. Well, see, I had a new pair of Converse. I loved them and was not getting them torn up or messed up due to the water, so I stayed behind. I was waiting along the bank while they eventually faded into the woods. I leaned back and was watching the clouds when I heard a rustle from the woods. I thought nothing of it at the time, cause it was only a subtle sound point. As I kept hearing it, I figured it must have been birds in the trees, but I realized it was unusually quiet. No birds were chirping. There was a highway nearby. I figured cars would have been going by, but there was nothing. No wind, birds, or cars, just me, my breathing, and rustling. So I look over to where the rustling was and saw nothing but the green of the trees in the dense area. There was a bush farther back that for some reason stood out as it was unnaturally green. Keep in mind most of this area was only pine trees, so it was a fairly dark green. I took a moment to really look at it, and I swear as I was watching, the more I looked the more I could make out a face and legs. Thinking this was just another one of those cases where you look at something like a cloud or ink blot and can make faces out of it, I thought nothing of it and leaned back down to relax because it was peacefully quiet. I couldn't get the thought of it out of my head, though it became to the point I felt being watched. I leaned over on my side to try and look at it from a different point of view, but still saw the face and hands. This next part freaks me out. In fact, typing this just sends shivers, but I can't help it. The thing stood up, turned around, and walked further back into the woods. I was scared shitless. Afterwards it felt like the world was on a jump start. Cars started going by, birds started up chirping, and the wind began to pick up a little more. My mates came back and were like, "Dude, there is a rather big pond back there with some brim in it." It was pretty cool. I couldn't say much. I was still stunned. They said they thought I'd seen a ghost. The thing looked just like another piece of scenery until it literally got up and moved. It didn't phase into the trees. It turned around and walked. Just the way it walked back, that rustling sound was more ambient and made a thud whenever it stepped down, faking weird. Here is a picture I took off of Google Maps of the park. It is called Locust Fork Park in Locust Fork, Alabama. http imgur.com/hr6p.jpg. When I was in middle school, I used to get home about 20 minutes before my mom came home from work. One of these days, I was sitting on the couch in my living room when I started to hear a strange distant noise. It would rise, catch, and then die down abruptly. The best way I can describe it is that it sounded like the tornado siren starting up, but not getting to full pitch. The sky was only slightly disturbed, light grey choppy clouds, but it didn't look too bad. Nonetheless, I began to worry that there was bad weather close by and that the siren system was malfunctioning. Soon enough, though, my mom came home and I stopped hearing the noise. I forgot all about it. That evening, we went to my cousin's house. It was a very enjoyable evening, and although the clouds steadily got darker and choppier, we played outside in my cousin's heated pool all evening. I didn't hear anything that sounded like a siren. The next day, I learned that we had been under a very severe tornado warning during the time I was playing in my cousin's pool. The warning wasn't while I was home alone hearing the strange noises. It started later in the day, after we got to my cousin's place. However, the tornado warning sirens were malfunctioning, and they couldn't get the sirens to turn on. I don't know what I heard when I was home alone that day, but it's the closest I've ever come to a premonition. About 4 years ago I used to have a fiancée. She died of an aneurysm several years ago. While we were talking on the phone, I was at work, she was at home. I used to wear a ring on my right hand. In America we generally wear our wedding rings on our left hand as a sort of placer holder for when we made it permanent. A couple of weeks prior to her death I had misplaced it, presumably at her place, since that was where she and I spent the majority of our time. Looked everywhere. Couldn't find it. Had pretty much given up on it and planned to buy a replacement. About a week after her funeral I coordinated with her sister to recover the several boxloads of things I had accumulated at her condo. While waiting for her sister to arrive, as I sat on my bumper wondering what I was going to do, how I was going to keep on keeping on, I looked down and saw my ring. Impossibly, it was standing up on end in front of the parking spot I randomly chose. I picked it up and put it back on my ring finger. I now wear it on a necklace. It never comes off. There is a happy ending. Well, not an ending, but between then and now I had not managed to get involved in anything resembling a long-term relationship. Just women I occasionally went out with, but never anything serious. I have another wonderful lady in my life now. We met about a month ago. She has quickly become everything to me. TLDNR, laws of physics defied, and kids' life saved. When I was 12 or so, I was at a water park with my dad. We went on a ride that used to seat her inner tubes. Basically, it's two inner tubes constructed together to make an infinity symbol. Now, at this young age of 12, I was a crafty one. I had theorized that, by placing the bulk of our weight in the back of this tube, we'd be able to lift the nose and hydroplane down the ride to get some killer speed. So, per plan, my 300 lbs dad gets in the back, while my fat 120 pounder scoots back virtually into his lap. The plan was very successful. We were flying down this ride. We were going so much faster than I would have as a solo rider. And here we were, an easy 400 pounds, if not 450 pounds of mass, zipping along, when we turn a corner and hit a long straightaway. It was glorious, until we saw, standing at the end of that straightaway, a young kid, I'm guessing 6 years old, who had fallen off his single tube, and was standing straight up in an attempt to get back on his tube. My dad and I both panicked. We both started screaming. Neither of us knew what to do. All I could see was us hitting this kid, his head hitting the floor and his head busting wide open. And the look on the kid's face was one of sheer terror. His eyes were as big as softballs. I thought for sure, when we hit him, he would die. And he was completely frozen like a deer caught in headlights. It was an awful feeling. And just as our tube got within 6 inches of cutting the legs out from under him, for absolutely no reason whatsoever, our tube flew up the side of the channel and entered the turn. My head missed the child's head by a mere 3 inches. Typically, when you enter a turn on a water ride, you will go up the embankment due to centrifugal force. But we started this embankment motion a full 5 feet before the turn began. To this day, neither myself nor my dad can explain it. Every time I hear Jesus take the wheel, it reminds me of this moment in life. When I was in 3rd grade, I had to go to this little school-run daycare center every day until my parents came to pick me up at 5. It wasn't so bad. We got to eat snacks, play on the playground, and generally just run around the empty school for a few hours. One day I was walking down the hallway toward the classroom that was used as the main hub of this daycare thing. I was completely alone. Everyone else was out on the playground. I had gone in to grab a toy from inside. When I walked into the classroom, I saw a friend of mine standing in the middle of the room holding a little pink purse with cartoon rabbits all over it. I didn't think anything of it. I just said that I thought she was outside. Then she turned towards me, and I started getting scared. She just stood there and stared at me, holding this bag, not moving at all, and said, "I just came for my purse. You need to go back outside." For some reason this freaked me right out, and I ran out of the room and back down the hall to the door. Except when I got there, the same friend was about to head in. I told her I just saw her in the classroom, but she didn't believe me. She told me she was just going in to get her purse, and that she'd be right back. I ran and grabbed one of the teachers and told him about it, but he didn't believe me either. Later my friend came back and said that it wasn't there. She said that she thought she brought it with her, but she probably just left it at home. But she never found it. When my son was a few months old, we bought him a small yellow duck that laughed when you squeezed it. We found it again after we moved into our new house 4 years later. My husband and I decided to throw it away. I watched him put it in the trash can and took out the trash the next day. Later that evening we found the toy in the living room on the floor. When we picked it up, the laughter was a little bit deeper, like the voice box was wearing out. We didn't think much of it and threw it away again. 2 days later we found it in the office. Again the laughter was a little bit deeper, almost creepy sounding. We thought this was really strange, yet there had to be a simple explanation, like my son pulling it out of the trash. So we put it in the trash can, tied the bag, and put it in the trash can outside. My son was 4 at the time and was too little to get into the trash can. 3 days later we found that damn duck in our bedroom. This time the laughter was deep and extremely creepy. We were shocked. How could this happen? So this time we put it in 2 grocery bags and into the trash bag closed and into the trash can outside. 3 days later that damn thing was back again. It was on the kitchen floor. What the fuck? When we picked it up it sounded more like a growl than a creepy laugh. We were freaked out. So we put it in a bag on the table, no knowing what to do with it. Then trash day came around and we put it in the trash can as the trash truck was coming up the street and watched it until the trash truck was off the street. We haven't seen it since. There is no way anyone else was messing with us, because during that time we didn't tell anyone what was going on and we had no one over to the house. We still don't know what was going on. In May 2009 I was driving with a friend at night. Here in Iceland, exams usually end 10th of May, and people start their summer jobs at the start of June. So we have this 20-day period of just hanging and doing nothing. We were 18 years old and recently got our driving license, so of course we did not do much more than drive through the night and chat. Often when we did this, and we still do, we drove off the main road and through this country road nearby. It isn't lit, so it's very cozy in a strange kind of way. Link of explanation. Reykjanesbrot is the main road. Eladavatnsvega is the country road. It was around 3 AM and we are driving in there. Pitch black. All of a sudden I, driver, see this figure left of the road. My first reaction was to lock the doors. I don't know why. I slowed down the car, and when we got near we saw that it was a little girl with a hood over her head, looking straight forward, and didn't show any reaction to us. I panicked and drove away fast. My friend who was in the passenger seat then told me that through the mirror on my side of the car he saw her smile. We had been driving for maybe a mile when he told me this, and we were scared out of our minds, but decided to take a U-turn and check up on her. We couldn't have been driving more than 2 minutes or so. But when we came back to the place where we saw her, our heart pounding, she was nowhere to be found. We drove around there for 20 minutes and didn't see anything. She just vanished. We still talk about it. Never been so scared in my life. I think this will probably get buried, but maybe someone will read it. A few years ago I was taking a walk to a friend's house that lived a street up from me. The purpose of my visit was to take her a photograph that I had recently unearthed in my bedroom. I had the picture with me when I left, but when I got there it wasn't in my bag, any of my pockets, or anywhere. So I walked home tracing my own footsteps back in hopes to try and find it. Nothing. I asked my parents if they had found it. They hadn't. I assumed that I must have just dropped it en route and maybe it had blown away or something. We searched the house just to satisfy me because it was really bothering me. We never found it. That night it rained, so I figured even if we ever did find it again it would probably be ruined. Fast forward about 2 years later, and my mom and I are doing a big clean of our upstairs sunroom / my room. Keep in mind that we frequent the sunroom quite often, especially since we keep our luggage and holiday decorations and stuff up there. My mom calls to me from the sunroom and asks me to come have a look at something. She says to me, "Isn't that the picture you were supposed to have brought up to Megan?" And there it was, sitting on top of a box, as if it had been there the whole time. No water damage, sun damage, tears, anything. That was one of the weirdest things that had ever happened to me. I had a weird dream in January 2010. I fell asleep, but when I started dreaming, I felt as though I was still awake, if that makes any sense at all. I was lying in my bed and I looked up at my door. It was dark, but I could see my door was slightly open, and on the other side was, from what I could tell, a giant eye. It is the same color as mine, and it scares me at first. I then get up out of bed and walk towards it. I try to see what it is, and when I open the door the scene changes. I now see a girl kneeling on the floor, as though she was bowing to a Chinese emperor or something. She is wearing tight sweatpants and a shirt, and has long black hair. Her head is also bent down, so I can't see her face. The room really isn't a room. It is as though she is kneeling on the floor, but I don't see any walls. I remember thinking, is this whom I will marry? I can't see any features about her other than she is skinny and has long black hair. Scene changes again, and I'm talking with someone I can't see. Someone says I'm accused of gluttony and I will now pay. I start throwing up a constant stream of what I can only describe as nerds. I see myself as a third party though, as an observer. After a while of constant throw up I start thinking why won't it stop? Right after this, I woke up. End of January 2010. I fly to Orlando, Florida to do an internship at Walt Disney World. Fast forward to June 21st, summer solstice, and I'm proposing to my fiancée at sunrise on Cocoa Beach. I'm now living in Guatemala and I will be married December 21st, winter solstice, at sunset on the Pacific Ocean. I swear on my life I had no idea until after I posted on Facebook that it was even the summer solstice when I proposed. Hippie friend let me in on that. It just so happened with hotel reservations that December 21st ended up being the best day for all of us. Neither of us have work. Works for my family and hers, and the hotel had an opening on that Friday. If we rent all of the hotel rooms, everything in this relationship has been one in a million, one after another. I refuse to think it could be anything more than that, but I do think it is all a bit strange, especially because I didn't plan any of it, but it all just so happened this way. There was such a small chance for us to even get to know each other, and for it to get to where I'm now. Well, I would have never believed you if you told me in January 2010, that is for sure. Here goes mine. I had a pair of sunglasses, and they broke, so I sent them in to be replaced. The new ones showed in a standard shipping box with my name on it. I opened box and inside is a black glasses case. In the case is the glasses with a sticker on the lens as new glasses have. I put them in my bag. Couple days later I come home, go to my room, and on my dresser I see the black glasses case. I say that's weird, I thought they were in my bag. I open my bag and the glasses case is in there, with the glasses inside. I say what the fuck, go open the black case on my dresser and pull out another set of glasses, sticker on the lens. I take the other glasses in my bag out and compare them, they are the same. Both in brand new condition, the one in my bag with no sticker. The only thing I can even think to explain this is that they must have sent me 2 separate shipments and my roommate of 5 years, who used to be a sheriff, had opened my mail, something he had never done, thrown away the package, then gone into my room, something he had never done. He locks his room and put them on my dresser. I never did ask him. He never said anything about opening any of my mail. I'm not sure I wanted to really hear the answer because I don't think I could've handled it if he would've said he had no idea what I was talking about. I lost one pair of them on a boat one day. I still wear the second pair. In roughly 2002 I attempted to create an object with my mind. Something simple and commonplace. I was 16 at the time, and I'm 27 now. I had no knowledge of otherworldly phenomena, higher understanding of reality or even any tangible spiritual beliefs beyond a rational/logical scientific approach to life. I'm not sure how I came up with this experiment, to test the limitations of the human mind and reality itself. A strange thing to do for someone who wasn't willing to entertain anything bizarre or wishful. I busted my ass off trying to visualize a pencil on my small circular glass dining table. This went on for at least 45 minutes, maybe an hour. I really asked as much as I could from my thought processes and inner mind's perception, trying as many different analogies as I could to understand that my thoughts are not physical, but coming from something made of matter, and thus a pencil is simply matter, irrespective of whether it came from a tree or my own brainwave frequencies. At the time it was just nonsense in my head. This is my description of what I remember doing. Inevitably I gave up and just released the tension I had built up, and then as if having tricked my brain kept trying. I finally move on. Probably got something to eat, but it's not important. Upon making my way to my bedroom, to use the bathroom I notice a pencil on my large pine table. I had been keeping it clean with nothing ever on it, not even really knowing why I did that other than it was fairly new. Sure enough, it's the exact pencil I had been trying to materialize. I was freaking out. I questioned my mom regarding placing the pencil in my room as an indication to do schoolwork. After answering me several times and not believing her, she just stopped answering me at all. I broke the pencil several times, revealing that it had no lead within it, not to mention that it didn't break like wood at all. I can only compare it to a crappy old rubber erasers that crumbles apart. One of those old ones from years ago, or one of those really cheap ones. I thought it was a joke she pulled or something like that. I interrogated her more times after, until I felt bad about doing so. The lead was only at the tip. It wasn't lead at all. It couldn't even write. Who puts a trick pencil in someone's room after that sort of experiment? She had no knowledge of what I had been doing. She was hurt at my accusations, and would never have lied to me. She meant everything to me, and killed herself a year later. My relationship with her was always loving and reciprocated. Unfortunately I discarded the remains of it and regretted it dearly due to losing any proof/evidence. I almost kept it, but clearly though it was sorcery. If only I understood it was of my own making. I guess the best part about having had an experience like, and inevitably realizing no one you ever tell is going to believe you, allows for much higher levels of belief towards other stories. It feels great to speak with other who may read this whom have posted on here themselves. It sort of legitimized the fact I've told this one more times than I can count, and for what. I didn't feel like this story was appropriate until I read a comment saying to Google shadow people, but now I feel the need to post it to see if anybody else has experienced this. When I was a kid, probably 10 or 12, I was visiting my cousins in a nearby town. They had just moved away and into a new house, and we were goofing off in the computer/playroom upstairs. The oldest of the cousins was explaining to me and her sister that earlier, when she was passing her parents' bedroom to get downstairs, she had seen the silhouette of a man in what she said was a bowler hat, whatever that was I didn't know, leaning up against the banister of her parents' bed with one foot propped up against it. She said she had never been so scared in her life and bolted the fuck down the stairs. I wasn't particularly excited to hear this, because the only way downstairs was to walk down a very long hallway that ended at that bedroom door, with a straight view at said banister. We finally got the nerve to run downstairs. I didn't look as we passed the room, but never before and never again have I felt so completely and utterly terrified by simply psycheing myself out. Fast forward to that night. I was back at my house in bed, trying to get to sleep. I used to put my clock radio on a 30-minute timer and listen to music while I drifted off. I would occasionally check the time out of habit and impatience. In falling asleep, I kept getting a very uneasy feeling, kind of like I was being watched. I looked up from my bed to see a shadow person leaning back against my closet door with one foot propped back against the door. I couldn't make anything out, except that he was wearing a round, rimmed hat, what I would later learn was a bowler, with his arms crossed. The feeling of sheer, unbridled terror was indescribable. I closed my eyes and pretended not to see. I then floated a couple inches off of my bed and a foot or so down the bed towards the figure before I landed hard on the bed again with my feet and shins hanging over the foot of the bed. I froze in terror for a couple minutes before I had the balls to open my eyes again. He was gone, but the time on my clock showed that only a couple of minutes had passed and the same song was playing on the radio. Took even longer before I had the nerve to squirm back up to the head of the bed. I always just thought it was the most vivid nightmare I had ever experienced, but now I'm not so sure. Especially not since I googled shadow people. So thanks for that. TLDR, a shadow person pulled me towards him off of my bed a good decade before I even knew about shadow people. Edit, it's that faking house. I've since found out my mom has been seeing shadow people. She just described them as figures darker than the darkness around them, all around it for years. Heads peeking out from around the wall on the stairs, figures standing in the hallway from the living room, or darting in and out of the rooms. She never told me about any of this until I moved out. The only rooms upstairs are my old room and my sister's room, and she's been sleeping on the couch downstairs since I first moved out years ago. The only exception to this was when she had friends over, but more often than not I'd find them all sleeping downstairs by the end of the night anyway. I need to talk to them and ask exactly what it is they've seen. It's just that they don't really talk about it since they still live there and all. I'm sure I've had some strange glitch moments, but the only one really standing out to me now are when I have dreams that are several layers deep. I'm dreaming waking up in my dorm room bed and realizing I'm late to class. I freak out, jump into my clothes, and run out to class. Suddenly, I end up being in a school bus. I'm disoriented and still concerned about being late to class. I'm trying to get off, but I'm strapped in, and the bus suddenly rolls over. I wake up in bed, just like at the start of this whole ordeal, groggy, disoriented, and now concerned about whether or not I'm still asleep. I realize I'm back in reality and check my clock. Holy shit, I'm going to be late to class. I leap out of the top bunk of my bed towards the foot end and land as first on the corner of my sink and tear a hole in my pants. We wear uniforms, so it's kind of a big deal, and I don't have time to change. So I put on my jacket and hope no one notices, and I go off to class. Unfortunately, I was late. I've had similar dreams, minus the bus incident, where instead I wake up, and I'm not late, but these dreams only ever occurred during the day, when I attempted to take naps between classes. I rarely dream, so when I do, they are always very real and relevant, and surprisingly lucid and open-ended. I've even fallen off high objects and hit the ground without waking up. I can recall a time when a friend of mine just bought a PS3 and we were fiddling around on it. I had just gotten back from Virginia, and while I was there I had been out in a boat with my family when a submarine cruised by and my stepmom snapped a bunch of pictures of it. So, while looking around on my friend's PS3 I noticed there is one of the pictures of the submarine that my stepmom took, sitting right there in his pics folder. It was the only picture on the PS3, and it freaked me the fuck out. My friend has no idea how it got there. We couldn't think of any plausible explanation. I haven't uploaded any of the pics to Facebook or anything. They had not been downloaded off the SD card or anything to my knowledge. It was 3 states away still in my stepmom's camera. My friend thought I was faking with him at first, but then realized I was seriously unsettled. There was another time about 3 years ago when I had an apartment with a friend. I can't exactly remember what happened. I'd have to talk to my friend to fill in the gaps, but it basically went something like this. We had a blank VHS tape or DVD, brand new still in the wrapping. We popped it in a player and it somehow had footage of ourselves on it. It was unnerving as fuck, and we immediately quit watching it once we realized what was going on. I can't remember what the footage was of, I just know it was a mint fuck, and we destroyed it I think. And never spoke of it again. I remember discussing it with a friend, and they didn't really believe me, so I dropped it. It still fucks with my head to this day, although I've tried to forget about it completely. It deeply disturbed me. I have a memory from when I was very young, and I have always had it in my head exactly how it happened. I'm 100% sure my memory is correct on this, despite the alleged faultiness of memory. I was lying in bed, trying to go to sleep, and a shelf that I had put all my toys on started making noise. I looked over, and it looked like something was trying to climb out from within the pile of toys. I freaked out, and hid under the covers too afraid to watch what was coming out. I screamed. My mom came in, and flipped the light on, and I looked, and my toys were all over the floor, and nothing else. My mom admonished me for leaving a mess like that, and I was too speechless with mindfuckery to try to explain anything. As a child I had contemplated that maybe a large rat had been hiding under my toys. But I eventually realized that was implausible as I had placed the toys there when doing a quick cleaning of my room, right before I climbed in bed. I'm 100% sure it was not a dream. I've always had trouble going to sleep, so it was like a typical night of just laying in bed restless. Another thing that has happened several times. At my grandmother's house a year or two ago, I was napping in the guest bedroom and awoke to the sound of male talking in the parlor. I eventually got up and walked in to see who was visiting my grandmother. The only person in the house besides me was my grandmother. I guess I had a strange look on my face because my grandmother asked me if anything was wrong, and I told her I thought I heard someone talking in there. Surprisingly, she said she had also been hearing a male talking too, and didn't think anything of it until I said something. She's a pretty level-headed old lady, not one to get excited over much. She casually mentioned how it's been happening from time to time, but she figured it was a byproduct of her brain aging. I found it pretty unsettling and haven't mentioned it since. Pretty creepy, and now my grandmother creeps me out sometimes. I have a few quick stories, all from the same location, the church I went to as a kid. So first story. My girlfriend, now wife, and I used to park our cars at the church and take one car together wherever we were going that night, mostly because it was convenient, SP, to meet there. Well, one night we came back after hanging out, and I walk her back to her car. We lean against the car to talk for a while. Mind you, there's one light illuminating a massive parking lot. Out of nowhere we hear this trumpet blast. But not like angelic holy style, like OMG put that thing down and take up a different instrument. It was coming from the very back of the parking lot. Mind you, there are no houses around. It goes on for a few minimum, and we are just frozen there. We bailed. Never knew what it was next. Forward a few years. I volunteered with the youth group for a while at the same church. The group decided to have a camping night on the church field. Well, the only catch was we couldn't go inside the church, and all the doors were locked. As it got dark we realized one of the hallway lights was on. Whatever though, we couldn't get in, so no worries. There was no one else at the church that night. We go to bed. I wake up at 2 AM to pee. Mid-really fire, look over, and the light is off. Maybe it sounds harmless, but it was accompanied by a paralyzing fear that I couldn't shake till morning. Forward a year, I'm outside the church with a friend one night and we were talking. We talked long enough to be the last people there. It was dark, really quiet sort of night. We for whatever reason start talking about creepy stuff that has happened at the church. I tell him the 2 stories above. We get the chills and laugh it off. Then out of nowhere we hear a tree start to fall. Sounded like a big tree. We waited like 10 seconds, 0.20 seconds, 30 seconds. The tree crashed to the ground for like a whole minute. We left. Needless to say, I don't go there anymore. In high school we used to sometimes have class in one of our computer rooms full of the original IMAX, usually for English or history classes, to teach us how to use Word and whatnot. One of these times we were having English class with our teacher, call him Mr. Johnson. At the time we were learning how to use the server that was set up for storing files, to which each of us were assigned our own named folders that only we had access to, and no one else. As the teacher is explaining how to get it set up, I notice that my folder already has a folder in it, named as something innocuous. Curious, since I hadn't made any folders, and, as I mentioned, no one else had access to my folder to make these changes. As I open it, I notice that inside it is another folder, and inside that is another, and where the first folder I thought was just named randomly, I notice that together they form a coherent set of thoughts, all of which were things that I was noticing and thinking. Freaking out slightly, I show the kids sitting next to me, who are equally freaked out. I go down the directory tree to find 10 to 12 like named folders, and it's growing. More folders are appearing as I open them, and at this point I'm freaking the fuck out. I raise my hand, because at this point I don't know what the fuck to do, and cautiously call to the professor, and as I do so one last folder appears. Mr. Johnson, and then the whole directory tree vanished. Grew up in a relatively small city in Southern California, about 60,000 people or so. One major high school, except for personal disputes everyone in my graduating class pretty much got along well. We hung out in groups of 5 to 20, usually separated by ethnicity, but everyone partying together and having various associations with persons from other ethnic groups. Fast forward to 6 years after graduation, everyone still parties together and gets together on holidays. On one Labor Day weekend, the most well-liked guy from our graduating class, and basically the leader of the Filipino ethnic group, is tragically killed during a dispute. Basically he was having a confrontation with some people sitting in a car when they grabbed him and suddenly drove off. He was run over and killed. Picture the most well-liked person you know being killed in such a way in their early 20s, and you can begin to imagine how we all felt. Weeks go by, and I'm calling my recently dead friend's cell phone just to hear his voice in his outgoing message. In his message he is short and concise, basically, "Hey, this is, leave a message and I'll get back to you." Until one day, the outgoing message changed. It still delivered the same basic idea, but his voice was much softer, and he mentioned something about how he was sorry about not being able to get to the phone right now. The change in his tone and wording really brought closure and peace to my heart. I don't know why I brought this up to the friend that he was closest to. After giving me a strange look, that friend told me he had received a call from our deceased friend's cell phone recently. Nothing but static on the other end. Not my own story, but it suitably freaked me out as a kid. My mother tells a story passed on from her great-grandmother during World War II. My great-grandparents lived in Indonesia during World War II, and my great-grandfather and his son were taken and put into a concentration camp at the start of the war by the Japanese. Apparently my great-grandmother tells a story that during the night a ghost of my great-grandfather appeared to her and told her the house was not safe. Unbeknownst to her, my great-grandfather had died a year earlier in this concentration camp. Freaked out by the ghost, she madly searched the house trying to find out why the house was considered unsafe. She eventually found a communications radio hidden in a forgotten closet, the kind that had been banned by the Japanese. She quickly destroyed the radio and hid its remains. The very next day the Japanese ransacked the house searching for stowaways or illegal equipment. My great-grandmother, a non-religious woman, maintained to her death that ghost saved her life. On a side note and more, a story of pure luck is one about the son of my great-grandfather. After having his dad beaten to death by the Japanese in front of him, he had more or less given up all hope of surviving his concentration camp. However, for strategic reasons the Japanese decided to disband his current camp and all the prisoners were released. My grandfather couldn't believe his luck, and despite his incredibly poor health made his way back home. A few miles from reaching home he was rounded up once again by the Japanese and placed in another concentration camp. At this stage he was around 16 years old, and only by virtue of his health before the war and young age was he alive. A year later the Japanese running the camp heard word that the Allies, who at the time were starting to win the war, were a mere 3 days away. Panicked, the Japanese began to make plans to retreat from the camp the next day. However, the Allies approaching them were not your usual allies. They happened to be the Gurkhas, an incredibly fit regiment that instead of resting for the night marched on through, and instead of a 3-day march arrived that very next morning. According to my grandfather, they pretty much beheaded any Japanese soldier they found, as he distinctly remembers walking over the bodies. The Gurkhas told him to run and go home, and that's exactly what he did. 30 or so years later, whilst reading Weary Dunlop's book, my grandfather learned that the Japanese had poisoned all the prisoners' meals they planned to give them that day, and only due to the fact the Gurkhas arrived incredibly early did he survive. After the war he went on to finish his entire high school of 6 years in 2 years, and then gain a degree and work for the United Nations all over the world helping anyone in need. My grandpa is a personal hero for me. The most recent occurrence would have been just over a year ago now. I was laying down in my bed, just finished turning on Quake Live, and thought I would listen to some Coast to Coast AM on my computer via their live stream. While listening to it, reading about the occult. This is the broadcast. http://youtube.com/watch. At 3:07 my ears perk up like, how is this a rerun? I thought to myself, it can't be, because I've been listening to this show since I was a child with my parents and have never heard a show played twice live. Anyway, he starts to describe the event. I'm in awe over this at that moment, but there was a feeling of being nervous. I pick up my phone, and as he's telling his story live, I'm searching for the hotline that you can TXT in or MSG Live. They go for a commercial B, and I find it. I'm texting the show as fast as I can to tell him as much of the story before he spits it out word for word. Just as they were coming back on to finish the story, I hit send and waited. I never heard anything from them about my text MSG over the radio or a reply back to the phone. I don't know if they even read it. Point is, the topic of the story was about time slips. I know I had one. Listen to the broadcast that I posted, it'll give more light to the event. I've also had many vivid dreams my whole life. I was 17 years old and studying religion every day, eating healthy, working out. I didn't smoke, I had never taken drugs or drank alcohol. I was living on an organic farm. I didn't even drink pop or eat candy. This one night I was sharing a dorm room with 2 other people when I woke up screaming, something I have never done in my life pre/post this dream. I was screaming, no not yet. I was looking up at this beautiful blue sky as it was a nice day, when all of a sudden this mammoth of a hand that was illuminating hand was coming from the sky. There were 2 towers that I have never seen before. They were twins. The sensation I had from the dream was this was the hand of God, and it was going to knock over these 2 towers. I yell no not yet and wake up. September 11th happens, and I'm watching it on the news, and I say to myself, this is it. When I was a child I used to ask my mom, why is my sister going to die when she is 21? Well, guess what? She passed away from an illness when she was 21. That same day I was getting home from school and I started to run as fast as I could home because something was telling me it was her. I get to my house and my uncle was there in his truck waiting for me to get home to take me to the hospital. She passed away a few days later. My computer battery is about to die, so I'll finish more of them tomorrow. Cheers. A few months ago I decided to have a night out, and I walked to a bar near my house, one I have haunted for a while. It takes me about 45 minutes to walk there, so I took a familiar shortcut I hadn't used in some time. There are buildings and a road nearby, so the light from those areas lit the path up well enough to see. The shortcut runs along an unused and incomplete railroad track that connects to some active tracks further up. Near the beginning of the shortcut is an older, broken down railroad machine that was left on the track. What it was used for, I'm not sure, but it is about 7 feet tall, and its width and length is that of a small car. This night I walked onto the shortcut and noticed that this vehicle was gone. The space where it should have been was more or less clear, though there was still some vegetation that I could tell had been there for several months. I was kind of relieved the place had changed a little. I had been through a breakup only a few short months prior to this, and the last time I had taken this route was with my girlfriend at the time, current ex. We spent part of that night stargazing on top of that machine. Aside from that I didn't think much of it and went on. Didn't have a particularly special night. Saw some friends, including a girl I had known for about a year or so. We got to talking, and I spent the night at her apartment, which was only a few minutes walk down the street. I woke up the next day slightly hungover, and walked home taking the same route I took the night before. On the way back I was nearing the end. I saw the object in the distance. I thought to myself, what? No way. So I hurried over to the vehicle and investigated it. It was exactly as it always had been, though it wasn't anywhere in sight the previous night. The plants that had grown underneath, around, and even those that had woven themselves into the machine were all still perfectly intact, as if they were never bothered. I knew it couldn't have been moved and then placed back in the same spot, which in my opinion would also have been pointless. I've had similar experiences to this one, but this was the least explainable one. Edit. Well, it's not entirely unexplainable. I'm pretty sure it had to do with not wanting to be faced with reminders of my past relationship. Coincidentally enough, I got laid that night, so there's that. On a Thursday night, my junior year in high school, I had a very strange dream. Okay. Every Friday morning the WHS cheerleaders would go out for breakfast dressed in uniform. This particular dream was as vivid as if I were there. I woke early Friday because my dream scared me. The four of us that were riding together that morning were in my dream also. We were in a 1994 blue Ford Probe leaving town to go eat. My sister and I were in the back seat. We of course got behind a slow moving vehicle and we were in a hurry. As we began to pass the vehicle on a bridge in front of us, I woke. Okay. Now it is 6 AM Friday morning. My sister and I were getting ready in uniform. Hear the horn honk, and yep, a blue Probe was waiting to pick us up. I instantly started having vivid flashbacks of my dream. Except it wasn't foggy outside in my dream. In my dream it was just dark. Back to reality, as we are leaving town my heart was racing as the driver began to speed through the foggy roads. The kind of fog you can't see your hand in front of your face. Right at the bridge, we came upon a slow vehicle, the same bridge from my dream. She began to pass the car in the fog. I screamed no, and she swerved back into the right lane. And not a moment too soon. For as soon as we did an 18-wheeler heading the opposite way we were passed. I couldn't breathe. We all would have been killed in a head-on collision. Again, we didn't see the lights because of the fog. I think my spirit guide gave me a heads up with the dream. Nobody ever believed that I had dreamed it before it happened. Except my dad. He said he has had many premonitions. Was it a premonition? Please excuse the spelling. Hope someone reads this far down my sophomore year in college. I had to show up a week ahead of other students because I was in my dorm. The first day, I had to go through every room on my floor with a clipboard and check that all the rooms were ready to be lived in. So I grabbed my clipboard, grab 5 keys off a pegboard of 12 for my floor, go up the elevator, and start my rounds. And keep in mind, I'm the only person on my floor, and one of only 4 as total in a building that's impossible to walk quietly in. First 4 rooms are fine, and room 5 starts out cool too. Put the key in the lock, feel it unlock, go inside, but as I'm checking my clipboard in the room, I hear the door lock behind me. And this is a 5-pin best deadbolt in a big steel door. It makes a hell of a thunk when it locks. Sure enough, I turn around, and that son of a beach is locked. I noped it out the room, only to find a totally quiet and empty hallway full of locked doors. I shake it off, and go back to lock the door, only to find that I can't. None of the 5 keys I brought will work. I had to go back downstairs, get the correct key, come back up, and relock that door. I should not have been able to unlock that door. It should not have been able to lock itself back, and to this day there is not one part of that story I can find an explanation for. TLDR, I magically opened a lock I couldn't have, only to have it lock itself behind me once in the room. A problem which I'd pondered in the past and couldn't solve came into my mind and just as quickly left because I remembered it was much too complicated for me to understand. By some strange coincidence, a kind man stopped in the street and started to explain the solution to the problem to me in a very methodical, patient and clear way which I could tell was easily understood by him. I subsequently understood the solution to a problem which was really beyond my ability. Then I woke up and was happy and grateful that someone had explained the problem to me. I then realized I hadn't met anyone. I know that superficially this can be explained quite easily there, but believe me, without having had the problem explained to me patiently in simple terms, I would never have understood it. It still belongs in a category of difficulty which is beyond my understand apart from this one thing. In my dream I was very much me, and I really occupied me, and this person was a total third-party stranger. Also, at one time I used to be able to look at book pages, encyclopedias etc. and then read them in my head later, that is, if I wanted to look something up I could picture the page in my head and read it for the first time. Then I could scan 1,000-page books in 10 minutes and be able to recall them weeks later. I can't do it now. So, 2 stories. One time my girlfriend got super sad over a miscommunication we had and ended up staying up all night. I met up with her in the morning cause she sounded so sad. So we were on this corner and I was leaning up against this wall and she had her head on my chest and was crying. She was crying for so long and in my head I was like praying that she would stop crying, and this prayer thing turned into a sort of chant in my head. After a while of doing this, I opened my eyes and looked down on her back to see a little group of translucent Gumby looking figures / little people about 5 to 6 inches tall. http://media.photobucket.com/ was absolutely baffled seeing them, and they saw me looking at them and knew I was confused. Well, there was about 3 to 5 of them, and one looked like the leader cause he had an Indiana Jones hat on and also a belt thing with tools. This leader guy looks at me with this reassuring smile and gives me a thumbs up and winks. Then he looks at another one of the figures and points at him and then at my girlfriend's back. That's right, when I see this trapdoor thing open in my girlfriend's back and then the guy jumps in. And that very instant my girlfriend stops crying. I was not on any drugs at the time. TLDR. Little people jump into girlfriend through a trapdoor that appears and make her stop crying. Now about the magical dice. I had this idea to see if my brain could make dice roll the way I wanted it to, if my subconscious worked with my conscious mind somehow. So I got a dice and rolled it around in my pocket and then took it out and saw the number was a 2. So I then proceeded to shake the die around in my hand and then roll it, and it landed on a 2. I did this so more times and each time it landed on a 2. Then I randomly chose a new number under 6 and tried this again. Rolling it about 5 times, it landed on the number each time. Then I chose a new number and the same sheet happened like 5 more times, and that when I set the die down for the day and walked away shaking and completely bewildered. TLDR, my brain made me roll the exact number one wanted to roll on a die about 15 times in a row. Here is an extra story. When I was in 1st grade, a kid did some magic tricks with cards and was showing the teacher. I didn't know any tricks, but I wanted to try to do one. So I had the teacher pick a card completely randomly. Then I closed my eyes and shuffled the deck super well. Then just felt through the deck of cards and picked one that felt right. It was the right card and my teacher was completely baffled and wanted to know how I did it, but the thing was that I had no idea how. I wonder if she was just faking with me. Lol, thanks for your time. Hope you enjoyed reading about some of these weird things that have happened to me. P.S. There is no spoon. My daughter had this old doll her grandmother gave her. It was one of those dolls that looked so strange that it gave me the heebie-jeebies looking at it. Its eyes always followed you, and it had this smirk like it knew something I would never know. The day it got to the house I was immediately scared of it. Weird, being a 30-year-old 350-pound man, it just gave me the feeling that it was always watching me. My girlfriend and kids thought it was so funny that out of everything in the house one doll creeped me out that much. One morning I got home and it was in my bed under my covers. I figured with it'll just throw it away, the kids will never know. I took the thing to the trash in the kitchen and threw it away. The next morning I awake and go to the bathroom. I'm groggy with one eye half closed. I happen to glance over to the corner and sure as hell it's sitting on the floor staring at me as I'm pissing. I start to freak. I take it and place it in the can in the bathroom. I even take the time to put trash on top of it just in case the kids see it. About 3 to 4 days later I get home from work and walk into my bedroom. I pull back the covers and I kid you not it was in the bed. I panic. I wake everyone in the house and ask them where the doll came from. My girlfriend and kids both swear they never took it from the trash or put it in the bed. They tell me they had no clue I threw it away. I grab the doll, wrap it in multiple plastic bags. On the next garbage day I walk the wrapped doll to the truck, threw it in myself, watch them crush it with the rest of the trash. Still today I feel fear when I get home and have to pull back the covers. About 10 years ago I was walking back from town with my older sister and best friend. I'd recently been given some money for my birthday and had a pretty hefty wallet despite going into town with the sole purpose of buying whatever junk it was I was buying at 14. As we were walking along the pavement talking, I looked at the stretch of grass between us and the road and had a strange vision/memory of me tossing my wallet into this slightly more overgrown patch, kind of nonchalantly. Now, unless for a split second I went full retard, this definitely not what I did. It was still in my pocket. So when 10 minutes later I realized it had gone missing and all I had on me were my keys, I was obviously worried. Telling my sister and friend I'd lost it, they thought I'd been robbed or something, but trying to explain I think it might be in a very particular patch of grass drew looks of worriment along the lines of you're a twat if you've accidentally thrown away your wallet. So I ran back and there it was, just lying there in the overgrown grass. Freaked the hell out of me at the time. TLDR. Hallucinated throwing wallet into a particular patch of grass for no reason. Despite still having wallet, after said vision it ends up in exact spot 10 minutes later. Or, I'm a bit special and actually threw my wallet into the street and forgot about it. Not sure if this is a glitch in the Matrix or just really bad luck. In 2009, my whole family was convinced that the house was revolting against us. It started with the pool filter going up and the whole thing turning such a dark green that you couldn't see the bottom. The pool filter was brand new, it was probably defective, but it was still weird that it died that fast. In the same week, my mom went in the basement because she heard a loud bang. It was very early in the morning and she saw that the foundation of our house was caving in. There was absolutely no reason for this. Later that day, repair crews came and ripped out the rest of the damaged wall. It started raining around midday and the rain turned into a huge thunderstorm that knocked out the power for house in a 2-mile radius. It took 4 months for the walls to go back up and the pool to be fixed. A week or two after the last of the repair people moved the trucks out of our front yard, I was in my room getting dressed to go out with my mom, and I heard the sound of something hitting the tile floor in my bathroom. I had just left the bathroom and thought maybe the cat is in there, but I heard mom yelling at her for something downstairs. I went in the bathroom and the round mirror that hung behind the toilet had fallen and cut the water line. The water line shot back into the wall and flooded my entire second floor. There was no one in the bathroom, and we still have no idea how the mirror fell at just the right angle to cut the line. A story about how awful life's physics engine is. One evening, I was laying on my stomach on my mom and dad's bed. My mother was sitting there as well, and we were chatting about something. The TV was on, she was texting, and all was well, until I went flying off of the bed. The only way I can explain this is that it's like I was dropped onto the bed and bounced off to the side, except that I wasn't moving until that point. I was just suddenly pressed deeper into the fluffy comforter and then bounced off to the side and crashed into her dresser. There was a moment of silence as I tried to figure out what in God's name just happened to me, but instead of coming to a solution I just started cracking up laughing while in intense pain from smashing into the dresser. I then rolled onto my stomach again and laid there until it stopped hurting. My mother started laughing at the same time, more out of confusion than anything else. She asked me what the hell just happened, and I couldn't give her an answer. I tried to explain how I was suddenly pressed down on the bed, as though I had been dropped onto it, and bounced right into the dresser, but I couldn't come up with an explanation for how, nor could she. And Jesus, did it ever hurt? We simply went with the fact that I'm a klutz and somehow it was my fault, but it still makes me uneasy due to the fact that I didn't do a thing and then went flying off of a bed. TLDR, I was lying in bed and then suddenly went flying off of it into a dresser. Blamed it on clumsiness, but clumsiness tends to not make up its own rules as per physics. Back when I was living with my parents in Florida, we often had hurricanes come through and tear shit up. Our power would often go out during the hurricanes, and I dreaded those moments mostly because I was trying to play Final Fantasy Anthology, and if you've ever played a FF game, before save points are hard to come by so it was about 6 PM and the hurricane was already taking place. I remember sitting in the living room next to my brother while my parents were in the kitchen cooking. I said aloud for everyone to hear, "Okay, so the power is going to shut off and come back on after 32 seconds. Then later it will only flicker on and off." I said it more hoping than anything. I did not want the power to shut off while I was playing, and the following a little before 7 PM my parents were just about done with dinner. They just had a few things to throw in the microwave when suddenly the power goes out. "Alright, let's see if you're right," my father said. So I began counting in my head. When I got to 35 seconds the power came back on. I remember feeling so gifted to have guessed how long the power would be out for. Later the power flickered, which wasn't anything spectacular seeing as the power tended to do that during a hurricane. But to this day I still feel pretty proud of myself for having guessed it. That's the closest story I have to a glitch in the Matrix. Not that spooky, but hopefully y'all will appreciate. When I was 5 my 18-year-old brother was caught driving a vehicle that was stolen. As I've heard the story told, his friends said it was his and let my brother drive. They got pulled over, and since my brother was driving, he got the brunt of the badness. My brother had a drug problem and had already been convicted of prior theft charges. He was put in jail. This is in Dallas, Texas. We now live in Montana. I don't know if the hopelessness and frustration of all this caught up with him, or if something really bad happened in jail, but when my brother was released on parole, he shot himself. As a 5-year-old, I didn't have a whole lot of comprehension of this. My parents divorced, and my dog died that year too. Bad year for my family, but the effect it had on my family, especially my dad, was devastating. At this time I started having night terrors. I would feel perfectly conscious and see a dark entity appear in the corner of my room. It never said or did anything, but it terrified me. When these happened, my parents said I would scream and cry and hold my bedroom door shut from the other side. They would try to get in to calm me, but they said I had a lot of strength for a 5-year-old. Eventually I would just stop. They'd get in the room and I would be asleep on the floor in a sweat. This whole time my dad couldn't sleep and would hear knocking at his door in the night. He would get up, thinking it was me, but no one would be there. This went on, the knocking and the night terrors, for about 3 years. The night terrors and knocking suddenly stopped. He told me years later, I'm 24 now, that one night he had a dream where my brother told him he loved us and tried to explain why he had done what he had done. He said he didn't want to hurt anyone, but that life had become too much. What's freaky about this for me is not that the knocking stopped. Obviously something had resolved within my dad, and thank God. The guy was miserable for long enough, but what freaked me out was that the recurring night terrors suddenly stopped. Mind you, my dad didn't tell me about his dream until I was 18. I know his dream and the ceasing of my night terrors coincided because he said it happened right before he remarried, which is right when my night terrors stopped. Not so much a glitch, but it was one of the weirdest things. About 2 years ago myself and a few friends were at Hurricane Harbor, a water park attached to Six Flags. The park opened at something like 10 AM, but we were there a bit early. They let us in the park, but obviously nothing was open to get to yet, so we waited around a bench just talking. A friend of mine had on a t-shirt representing our high school's football team. We all had graduated already. All of a sudden, some random guy walks by, does a double take and comes back. This is the preceding conversation. Random guy. OHH, you guys are from 30th? I used to live there when I was younger. Friend. 1. Yeah, we all have grown up there our entire lives. Where did you live? Random. Guy. I lived in XXXX apartment complex. Where are you guys from? Friend. 2. We all live in 30 apartments too. What building did you live in? Random. Guy. That's amazing. I lived in building 3400. At this point I'm starting to get goosebumps me. No sheet? I live in 3400 now. I've been there for that past 15 years. What apartment did you live in? Random. Guy. My apartment number was 3433. What's yours? Me. 3433. You used to live in my apartment. At this point, we were all amazed. The guy didn't believe me and thought I was just going with what he said until I showed him my license with the same exact address and apartment number on it. Apparently the guy had lived there in the 80s. Then someone else moved in for a few years after him, and then my family moved in around 1995-ish. My bedroom is currently his old bedroom. 2. The sheer odds of meeting someone who lived in the same town, the same apartment building, and the same apartment is staggering. Not to mention throwing in the fact that this guy just happened to randomly walk by my buddy, seeing his t-shirt, and making a comment about it. When I started dating my wife, I was around her place frequently. We were the only two there. Her brother was at university, her mother had passed away a few months prior, and her dad had started dating already, and seldom came back to his house. That house crept me out from the very beginning. Whenever I would take showers I would feel someone watching me, the hairs on the back of my neck would stick up. Randomly, when we'd be watching TV, you could hear someone's footsteps walking around upstairs where her parents' bedroom was, and where her mom spent several months bedridden with cancer. There were photographs of her mom all over the place, but one in particular was on an end table beside the couch. One night, I awoke at about 3 or 4 in the morning to something happening on the end table right behind my head. It sounded like something was being moved, and at the time I assumed someone was picking something up. I didn't look at what it was, pretended to still be sleeping, because I assumed that this was her dad. He went to work early in the morning, and although I didn't see him come home, I assumed he had come home late and was leaving early. I had met him only once before, and between my own impressions of him and stories my wife had told me about him, I summed him up as a sort of manly man. You touch my daughter, and I will F you up. And here I was sleeping on his couch. I went back to sleep soon after, and when I got up, the picture of her mother on the end table was turned to face me. I'm not one to believe in the supernatural or the afterlife, but I was still a bit put off by it. Again though, I figured it was her dad trying to send me a message. A couple of weeks pass, and I'm in the ensuite bathroom in her parents' room. I think I was grabbing shaving foam or something. I leave the room and a couple of minutes later I hear something drop on the floor. A toiletry bag fell on the floor and all its contents spilled all over the place. I did not knock it over, and it could not have fallen on its own. It was right well back against the wall, like in the middle of counter. I didn't know what to think, but shrugged it off. A few more weeks pass, and it's pretty clear my wife and I are serious. We're already talking about what we want out of a partner, marriage, kids, the whole gambit. Her friend from out of town is down staying with her. The three of us are talking. She starts talking to me, and I turn around and look down the hallway. I faking frozen. There, standing in the hallway, is her mom. Just her face. The body is blurry. She stops for a few seconds and smiles at me, as if to give me acknowledgement. She disappears into a blur that whips around and flies up the stairs to where the master bedroom is. I couldn't talk for 5 minutes. My wife and her friend are talking about me, wondering what the fuck. I snap out of it, pretend nothing was wrong for a few minutes, and trying to decide if this is something I should tell my wife about. I eventually did, but only because she wouldn't drop the issue. Nothing else happened in that house after that night. No footsteps, banging on the wall, no weird sounds of any sort. Nothing. The feeling was peaceful. It's important to note that my wife had just gotten out of an abusive relationship. Her parents were extremely worried about her and who she'd end with. Her parents had moved here for the superior cancer care facilities, but my wife had stayed behind in her hometown because of this guy she was with, and didn't end up coming to her mom's side until only a couple of months before she passed. The whole experience was as if her mom was warning me to be good to her, making her presence known, watching and summing me up until eventually I got some sort of nod of approval. Her dad and I get along great. He's an awesome guy. I spoke with him about the picture thing some years later, and he swears black and blue he never came home during that period of time. He didn't touch the picture behind me. He wasn't even there. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in an afterlife. But this haunts me to this day, and I'll never forget it. This is some weird shit that happened to me about 15 years ago when I was about 19 years old and living with my parents. My parents and sister were going on a trip to Seattle, leaving me alone in the house for 3 weeks. Since I had just started university at the time, I was usually out of the house, so my parents suggested I set up our answering machine. My parents had an answering machine, but they never used it, so it had been stored in the basement for a couple of years. This was one of those old style machines where everything was recorded to an actual audio tape, which you would record over after the tape filled point before they left. I brought the answering machine up to my room and left it on the floor, unplugged, power cord still wrapped around it. I figured I'd set it up later that day, or possibly and more likely procrastinate for 3 weeks and set it up on the last day, just to say I did it. I had never used it before, so I wasn't familiar at all with how it worked, but obviously I knew it was a relatively simple process. That night was the first night I was alone in the house as they had flown out that evening. I went to sleep with the machine still wrapped up in a pile next to my bed. Point in the middle of the night, I'm woken up by a whirring sound, the sound of an audio tape rewinding and then stopping. I hear the same noise 2 or 3 times. I turn over and look at the machine and see a green light turning on intermittently with the sound of the whirring. Then it stops. I'm freaked the fuck out, so I don't get out of bed. I'll lie there awake, wondering if I was dreaming for a few minutes and then eventually fall asleep. The next morning I wake up and go about my business, unsure of whether the night's events were real or if I dreamed them. Then the phone rings. I pick it up and it's my sister. Sister, hey. I tried calling you last night to let you know we landed, but I got the machine. Me, that's impossible. I didn't plug it in, and there's no battery powered option. The phone line wasn't even plugged into it. Sister, huh? But I called twice. Both times the answering machine picked up, and it was your voice saying to leave message. Me, what the fuck? About 6 years ago, I was in the hospital after a fairly simple surgery. I always have a hard time coming out of anesthesia, so when they wheeled me into my room from recovery, I groggily poked around for something on TV in my more lucid moments. One of the few channels available was CNN. Larry King was on, interviewing someone I didn't recognize. They both appeared to have their heads bowed, as if they were praying quietly. I stared at this for a few minutes, confused. All I could think of in my drugged state was that there had been some sort of horrible national or global tragedy on the scale of 9/11. I flipped through the channels, but found nothing but your usually daytime TV. I would come in and out of consciousness for the next 12 hours, flip to CNN to see if there was any further information. Each time I turned it on, Larry King and his guest would still be praying intently. I started to freak out that something dreadful was happening and this was going to end up like 28 days later, with me waking up in an apocalyptic nightmare world full of zombies or tentacle aliens. For some paranoid reason, I decided I couldn't trust the nurses enough to ask what was going on, so I just kept checking back with Larry whenever I was awake. At one point during the night, I started to feel like I needed to unhook my fourth, so I could wake up enough to deal with Ragnarok, or whatever the hell was happening, but part of my brain was functioning enough to stop myself. The next day, after the anesthesia had sufficiently worn off, I was flipping through the channels when I came to CNN once more. Larry and his buddy were still there, heads bowed, unmoving because the video had somehow frozen and had been broadcasting a still image of him in mid-interview with his guest for the last 12 hours. I don't really understand how that could have happened, but I laughed so hard I almost popped a stitch. This happened when I was in my mid-teens, I guess. I had borrowed my mum's public transportation card. You need to have one to be able to ride trains, buses etc. around here, and had come home to return it, but now it was nowhere to be found. I searched my pockets, and then every corner of the house. My mom got really pissed off with me. These things are expensive, and like the scrawny scaredy cat I was as a tween, I got completely freaked out and almost started crying because of this whole mess. So my desperation drove me to do the only thing I had left to do, pray. Now, I don't have a religious upbringing and I don't ever remember praying before this time, but I kid you not when I say that I got down on my both knees and started praying to God, saying that if he found the card I would give some money to a shelter for homeless cats or something like that. And this was a prayer that came straight from my heart. I really wished for that damn card to be found, more than anything in the world. Then suddenly I got this weird notion to look at the table in my room. A big sheet of paper was lying there, and I noticed a small bump on one of its corners, like if something small was underneath it. So I picked up the paper and alas, there was the card. While I was searching for the card I did take a look at that same table and I can almost swear that I didn't see that bump on the paper. Even a bigger mystery is how the card got there in the first place. I have no memory of entering my room directly after entering the house. Kinda lame story, but this is the closest thing to a glitch in the Matrix that I've experienced. Note, after this episode I became quasi-religious. Then I transformed into a militant atheist and now I'm slowly entering spirituality again, haha. I work at a university where there are presently many construction and renovation projects taking place. One particular building I visit on a daily basis. I use the same elevator, enter the same departments and pretty much do the same things while I'm there. The two elevators recently underwent a bit of a facelift. The walls were updated with a more modern look, new windows to the outside and the floors were replaced in both. The old floors were terribly cracked, and the old vinyl tiles were beginning to bubble and peel. One floor was replaced first, then the next was completed a couple days later. I remember thinking to myself what a drastic improvement had been made when comparing the new floor to the old one. A week or so pass, and, after both elevators were finally completed, I entered one of the cars, and found myself startled to see that I was standing on that same old, cracked, dirty nasty floor. The other one was just as I remembered it after its repair, but this one was just as if no one had ever touched it. I simply shrugged it off thinking that maybe it was a different building I had remembered being repaired. On my way back down, however, that theory was put down when I re-entered that same elevator to see a nice, clean, brand new floor. I think I'll just look out the window next time. All my life I have gotten horrifying repetitive nightmares. Roughly 3 years ago, I had one where I was in what seemed to be a supermarket with my friends. Everything seemed normal, and we were just hanging out in the frozen food section, which had strange black coolers that I had never before seen in a supermarket. Then, I heard a slight ringing in my ears, and every person in the aisle snapped their heads towards me even if their bodies were facing the other way. Their faces seemed to melt, and then the thing that happens in all my other nightmares occurred. I began to fall backwards, fast at first but then very slowly. I heard demonic screaming and laughing, and it felt like the very life was being sucked out of me. I awoke in my bed with a sharp pain in my chest. There I saw 3 cuts going down the middle of my chest. They were bleeding. Fast forward to about a month ago. My friends and I were going to a local Kroger that I had not been to in roughly 7 years. I told them this, and they said it had been remodeled. Anyway, we were walking around the store when we headed to the frozen foods aisles. The gravity of the situation hit me like a sack of bricks. It was the same aisle from the nightmare, and the same people were where they were when the event happened. I began to get an awful case of tunnel vision. I get it a lot, and, with a sharp chest pain, I passed out. I awoke to my friends dragging me down the store to the exit. "Dude, what the actual fuck?" one of them said. "You just fucking flew backwards 5 feet and passed out, bro." They were freaking out. I still felt a sharp pain in my chest. I lifted my shirt, they screamed, and I was dropped on the floor. 3 scratches down the middle of my chest. They were bleeding. 10 years ago I was living in Arizona and working at a restaurant. One of my coworkers was house sitting for a friend and asked if my girlfriend and I wanted to come hang out and keep him company. We go over to the house and are hanging out for a while and decided to go outside and smoke a cigarette. It was right around 11 p.m. While outside smoking I got a very bad feeling about driving that night. So much so that I asked my buddy if it would be okay if we stayed there that night. He asked what was up, but I couldn't really explain it. Just that I had a bad feeling. We ended up hanging out for a couple of hours longer, and I still had the bad feeling, but decided that I was just being dumb, because I had absolutely no reason to feel weird about it. So I drove home anyway. We make it home fine, and had just fallen asleep when all of a sudden there was someone banging on our door and flashlights shining in the windows. I got up to figure out what was going on, and found a couple of cops at my door. They asked me to step outside and informed me that my brother had been in a car accident and had passed away, and come to find out he had gotten in a car accident at 2 AM. That is exactly the same time I had this horrible feeling about driving home. 3-hour time difference. I can't explain it and have never before or since felt or experienced anything like it. My English teacher sophomore year in high school was perhaps the most idiotic woman that could ever exist in life ever. It wouldn't be a gross exaggeration to say that she was always wrong about everything she talked about. One day, we were given an assignment to discuss what we believed in, the typical prelude to a how would you feel if people tried to avert you from what you believed, like a Holocaust unit in the class. Since I hated my teacher with a burning passion that knows no end, I decided to make light the assignment with some intellectual satire. I wrote about the Matrix. I wrote about how I was sick, bedridden, and delirious. Note delirious. I woke up in my bed with a sheety headache, sat up, coughed a bit. I then resigned myself to a boring day of laying down and recovering. What happened next, I wrote, was weird. I looked sleepily around the room and noticed a slight oddity. The far corner of my room, next to the ceiling, had changed color. A deep forest green stood out between the off-white walls. Consumed with curiosity, I stood up and staggered over to see what was wrong. I reached the color and stared into oblivion. There was a thin green film, barely transparent, that was there and wasn't. Behind it, I could see for infinity, much like one can stare into the sky and become dizzy from the sheer massiveness of space. There was nothing beyond my walls. I was trapped in a room, suspended in absolute nothingness. This was a severe toll on my consciousness, and I staggered over to my bed, thinking it was all a weird dream. I was wrong. It was when my head touched the pillow that the real craziness started. I closed my eyes and was immediately transported to somewhere. The world had turned grayscale. Red numbers and programming words floated throughout the space, creating programs and devising reality itself. I careened around, as if I was a spirit, with no way to control my direction. With each pass around the world, it drew closer and closer into my mind that we are not on Earth. We are in a computer. We're in the Matrix. I found a glitch. You have to believe me, Mrs. I think I found a way out. I think you're the only one they haven't replaced with an AI program. You show mistakes or humanity within your work. The very existence of ignorance within you proves you are human. Don't worry. I'll save everyone. I know how. Just don't show anyone this, please. The machines will know. Needless to say, she failed my assignment for being rude and not on task. I don't think you actually believe that. She wrote along with a 0/20. But the funny thing is, since she said it was wrong, then the Matrix exists. She's always wrong. The Matrix exists. Sweet Jesus TLDR. My English teacher had us do an assignment about our beliefs, so I faked around and wrote about the Matrix. She failed me, said the Matrix doesn't exist. But she's always wrong. So the Matrix exists. This happened 2 months ago. My grandma was very sick and mom was taking care of her, so sister and me were home alone. As usual, I spend most of my night on internet, still thinking of my grandma, but nothing too much. Mom told us that evening she's slightly better, so I wasn't worried much. Anyways, when I went to bed around 4:30, I started to imagine various stuff, so I could fall asleep easier, since I didn't feel much tired. So, some 30 minutes passed and all of a sudden, I get this image of the street and building where I've spent my childhood, bathed in gold sunshine. I was standing on this spot from where I could see my grandma's balcony clearly. In next 6 to 7 seconds, whole place is suddenly dark, like night fell down, but no lights are working around. It's just like pitch black, like something took all of the life out of the place. I started breathing heavily, and I think I got pretty much into panic attack. I got up, went to kitchen for a smoke, because I started thinking the worst thing. I wanted to pick up the phone and call them to check out the situation, but as it was around 5 in the morning, I didn't, and just soothed myself thinking that I imagined stuff. Next morning, mom woke me up around 8 to 9 am with news that grandma has passed away. When I asked her what was the time of her death, she told me, around 5 am. I'm horrible at recounting stuff, but here goes. My wife and I were at home watching a movie. Our daughter was staying at a friend's house, about 4 miles away. In the middle of the movie, we both hear a very loud clang come from the kitchen upstairs, as if someone had slammed a cookie sheet down on the steel sink, which, we had indeed set a cookie sheet there earlier. As I started up the stairs, I could hear dishes being shuffled and stacked. I glanced at my wife, and she nodded with a worried look. She could hear it too. We don't live too far from downtown, and at this point I'm thinking a homeless, or possibly wasted, guy has broken into the house and is looking for food. Weirder things have happened. I snuck up the stairs, but the top stair ended up creaking very loudly. The house was built in the 1800s. I froze, fully expecting the racket to stop. It did not, and that's when I got scared. I crept through the living room, making sure on the way that the front door was still dead bolted. Not a sure sign that it wasn't a crazy homeless dude in the kitchen, but somewhat reassuring, and I'm hoping at this point that our daughter has come home early and went straight to the kitchen, although she didn't have her key with her, and she would always call first in any case. I charged into the kitchen, grabbed a bottle of wine from the counter, and got ready to start swinging in case it wasn't our daughter. The second I turned the corner into the room, all noise ceased. I had been 10 feet away from the sink before I turned the corner and entered that room, and I could hear someone shuffling dishes around clear as day, almost slamming them occasionally. But nothing was touched. The cookie sheet lay neatly balanced on the sink as I had left it, the dishes in roughly the same positions, stacked and ready to be washed. I searched the entire house, every nook and cranny. Nothing. The rest of the night was normal, but not. I mean, what do you do with that? I don't know if this really counts, but last year in my senior year of high school I had a really close-knit group of friends. For some reason as time passed, however, when I thought about everyone in the group I felt like I was forgetting somebody. It was such a strong feeling that I would sit there and try to remember until I would start getting frustrated. I mentioned it once when we were all together, and to my surprise almost everybody confessed to having the same feeling. And it wasn't just that feeling. We would recall something funny somebody said or did, but then we couldn't remember who it was, and everyone in the group denied that they were the ones who did it. We all seemed to agree that this mystery person we may or may not know was a boy, though. I can't even explain how strong the feeling of forgetting this one person was. I'm to this day convinced we somehow physically couldn't remember somebody we were all close to. The only explanation we could come up with was that maybe we had a friend that we could only remember knowing when he was in our direct presence and forgot as soon as he was gone. The thought that we had a friend we could never remember made me incredibly sad. So if you were that friend who had the misfortune of only being remembered, if you were with us, know that I'm sorry, and I remembered you the best I could. At a rhyme sorry, if this doesn't make sense. It was a strange thing and it's kind of hard to put into words.